Wife!
Do you know where we are and how the hell we got here?
Well, we ended last week on Daniel chapter 5.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter, we kind of jumped ahead. Mm-hmm. We went a bit ahead, like 60 years, 65, I don't know. We went ahead a little ways in history.
We did.
And there was a King Belshazzar that was having a banquet and partying it up. And then out of nowhere, he saw the writing on the wall.
He did. He saw the writing on the wall.
But he couldn't read the writing on the wall.
He did not read the writing on the wall.
Yeah, because this hand just like appeared and started writing on the fucking wall.
I wish that everybody could see video.
Yeah, right.
You just lifted your hand.
I started writing on the imaginary wall.
Yeah, you showed the microphone.
Yeah.
What's happening.
So anyway, he was like, I don't know what that says. And so he was like, hey, who knows what that says? And no one knew what it said. And then Daniel knew what it said. Mm-hmm. And so Daniel read it and he said, hey, you're going to die. And
he said, you've been measured.
Well, yeah.
You've been found wanting.
Right.
And so I'm going to divide your kingdom.
Right. And then he died.
And
Belshazzar died.
Well, yeah, because
like that night.
That was the end of Babylon.
Right. And
yeah,
right. that was that.
Yep.
So
he went to bed and Babylon was done.
Right. And so that was what happened.
Yep.
And that leaves us to, well, we're starting this one a little late in the week here, and we apologize. It's been a crazy weekend and into the new week, and we had a long Patreon episode that's turned into 2 episodes that we still haven't finished up.
And you are still adjusting to your new work schedule.
And I'm still adjusting to my new work schedule, so I do apologize for the delays. But here we are on Tuesday, and we're getting out
Daniel chapter 6.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, we are getting into Daniel chapter 6.
Or Daniel chapter 6.
That one.
Yes.
And I was led to believe that there was something special about this chapter.
I heard something similar, yeah. This one might be a well-known chapter, possibly.
It's well known, but I didn't think there was anything super special about in the notes.
Other people might disagree with you.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
With regard to, how it's kind of entered the
zeitgeist of the Christian set.
Right.
All right.
And I know a few things, which I'll say as we're getting to certain points, probably. I'm guessing.
Daniel and the lions, like that. Right. That's what we're getting into.
We've talked about it before, how there's been some preachers and pastors or whatever that have tried this out.
Yeah, but I know why they didn't get it right. But when we get there, I'll let you know.
Sure.
All right. So let's read this shit.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. It pleased Darius to appoint 120 satraps to rule throughout the kingdom, with 3 administrators over them, one of whom was Daniel. Okay, already.
What the fuck?
What's a Darius? Right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I have some notes about that dude.
Okay.
Darius the Mede is mentioned in the book of Daniel as king of Babylon between Belshazzar and Cyrus the Great. But he is not known to secular history, and there is no space in the historical timeline between these 2 verified kings. Most scholars view this Darius, because there is a different Darius mentioned somewhere else.
Okay.
This Darius as a literary fiction, which tracks.
Yeah, with the whole book of Daniel, really.
But some have tried to harmonize the book of Daniel with history by identifying him with various known figures.
Okay.
So maybe it's another name for Cyrus. Doubt it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe it's Cambyses, son of Cyrus, who served under his father as a ruler of Babylon and later inherited the throne of the entire empire.
Sounds also unlikely. Yeah, right.
Cyaxares, the 3rd king of the Medes.
Okay.
Gobryas, the general who was first to enter Babylon when it fell to the Persians in 539 BCE.
Okay.
And I'm like, what? Because they both start with G?
Right.
But Darius doesn't start with a G.
Right.
So what the fuck?
Well, we're talking about different languages, too, that these things would have been translated through, so.
And then the last suggestion is Gubaru, which is...
I love the name.
It sounds like Goku, right?
Well, yeah. I was thinking more like Goober, but, yeah.
I was just like...
I think I'd have to call him Goober. Like, what's up, Goober? You know?
That would be rude.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Don't make fun of somebody's name just because it's in a different language.
What? No, I'm not. He killed a bunch of people to take the throne, hypothetically, if this is what's happening, right?
Well...
So I think you can get away with calling him Goober.
All right.
I'm just,
But Gooberoo is an ancient official or an honorific title whom Cyrus appointed as ruler over Babylon immediately after its capture. Gooberoo had the power to make appointments, to assemble an army, to levy taxes, and to possess palaces. Gooberoo was, in a very real sense, the actual king over Babylon.
I see.
So
that
is what a lot of people suspect. It's a Gooberoo.
Again, sounds very unlikely.
Darius is a Gooberoo.
It sounds like they didn't really... They're just trying to make connections.
They just stuck the Mede in there.
Right.
They're like, we need a Mede. Darius, you'll do. Yeah.
But apparently, whatever this section is, it's coming after the end of Babylon. So this is still an older Daniel that we're talking about.
Right. I probably should have started with this note. Actually, I did forget another note, which is, let us not forget, the book can be divided into 2 parts. We are currently in the first part, which is chapters 1 through 6, which was mostly written in Aramaic, and they are 6 court tales. So this is the last one.
Right.
The second part, which we'll start tomorrow, is 4 apocalyptic visions, and those are mostly written in Hebrew. Okay, so that's the first note I forgot to say.
Right.
The other note that I probably should have started this chapter with, Daniel is now 80 years old.
Okay.
And he's been serving in the government of Babylon for over 60 years. He actually saw the kingdom of Babylon fall.
Right.
Remember, he was there. And then he went on to serve in the Medo-Persian Empire.
It's interesting to me that they're still referring to it as Babylon, even though it was conquered by the Medo-Persians, right?
I find it funny that they're referring to the Medo-Persians because the Medes got eaten up by the Persians and it just became the Persian Empire.
Sure.
So that's interesting to me.
But it must reflect the time that we're in when they're discussing this too, right?
Well, yeah.
I'm assuming.
It's interesting, like you said, that they're still referring to it as Babylon. But I don't know, because these stories were written later, I don't know what they would have referred to it as.
It would be, I think there'd be a whole probably historic or history lesson that we could do based on how this all transpired in real history, right?
Yeah.
And that could be an interesting topic at some point.
At some point.
But yeah, whatever. We're here, they're calling them this, and that's what they're calling them. So
it's Babylon.
It's Babylon.
But somebody else is ruling it now.
Yes.
But it's still Babylon.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, it pleased Darius to a point. He was like, I need a bunch of rulers throughout my kingdom of Babylon that I own now.
Right.
And I'm going to set 3 administrators over all those guys. And one of those is going to be Daniel.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The satraps were made accountable to them. So all of the officials throughout the land had to answer to these 3.
Sure.
So that the king might not suffer loss. Now, Daniel so distinguished himself among the administrators and the satraps by his exceptional qualities that the king planned to set him over the whole kingdom. So he was going to be the chief of the 3.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this, the administrators and satraps tried to find grounds for charges against Daniel and his conduct of government affairs.
As politicians do, right?
Right, but they were unable to do so.
Got it.
Which, it reminds me, like, you have kind of a Daniel situation happening at your work.
Yeah, maybe, sort of.
Where you're doing really, really good at your job, your new job, and there's a couple guys that don't like that.
Right.
And so they're trying to cause problems for you.
Yeah.
And you're like, excuse you.
Yeah, no, I'm handling that situation just fine.
Oh, no, I know. I was just like, interesting. You're Daniel. You're totally Daniel.
Right. Sure.
Because your shit don't stink.
I mean, it does, actually. My shit does stink. But everybody's shit stinks. So
in regard to how you're doing at work.
I gotcha.
So, yeah. Anyways, they could find no corruption in Daniel because he was trustworthy and neither corrupt nor negligent.
Got it.
Finally, these crappy dudes, these men said, we will never find any basis for charges against this man Daniel, unless it has something to do with the law of his God. They're like, we're going to get sneaky here. What can we do? What can we do?
Right.
Use his religion against him. How can we? How can we? How can we? So these administrators and satraps went as a group to the king. And mind you, the king is fond of Daniel because he recognizes Daniel's awesomeness.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why he put him in charge, but also he had heard how awesome he was
because he read the writing on the wall and he did all these things.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, these guys went as a group to the king and said, "May King Darius live forever. The royal administrators, prefects, satraps, advisors, and governors have all agreed, meaning including Daniel, that the king should issue an edict and enforce the decree that anyone who prays to any god or human being during the next 30 days, except to you, your majesty, should be thrown into the lion's den." So what they're saying is, if you're going to do a prayer, you should do it through the king for the next 30 days.
Got it.
Because, the king is as God.
Show your loyalty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're playing to his ego, essentially.
They're playing to his ego, and they're also playing to Daniel's faultless prayer life.
They know he will not do this thing. So.
Exactly. And they're like, and he totally signed off on it because we all did. Yeah. Now, your majesty, issue the decree and put it in writing so that it cannot be altered in accordance with the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be repealed. So here's the thing. If the king made a rule, a law, whatever, it had to stick. He was not allowed to change it because, of course, as a god, he is not able to be mistaken. Therefore, why would he repeal a law once he wrote it?
That makes bad laws problematic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it does. Yeah. Because let us not forget that King Darius is fond of my dude Daniel.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So King Darius put the decree in writing.
Okay.
Because he's like, yeah, that sounds great. I love being God. Now, when Daniel learned that the decree had been published, he went home to his upstairs room where the windows opened toward Jerusalem.
Okay.
So his room faces his old home.
Right.
And he's like, even though I'm 80 and I was kidnapped here when I was 15, I still miss you.
Right. Well, but there was a whole thing that we read earlier on in the Bible where people that were in different areas would look towards Jerusalem as part of their prayer, as part of their, recognition of Yahweh.
Yes.
So
yes.
This makes some sense.
No, it totally does. And I mean, I'm making fun of him, but like I'm approaching 50. I was torn from a place that I loved at the age of 15, and I still ache for it.
Right.
And it no longer exists.
And I'm going to say this too. This is I don't have a lot of good things to say about religion in general. And specifically, I don't really like a lot of the aspects of the Islam, So, but with regard to how they treat women and many aspects of that religion, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But
not good.
That being said, I think the act where they, certain amount of times a day, they stop what they're doing, and they get down on their knees and turn towards their Mecca, their homeland, their whatever, their God, wherever they're supposed to face, and they pray, no matter where they are. There is something ritualistic and beautiful about that practice in general. If it didn't mean other things, you know what I mean? Like that's where I kind of draw the line. But the act itself, that act of humbleness and
adherence,
that to me is somewhat beautiful in and of itself.
No, I totally agree. I do. I find it very beautiful. I find true faith very beautiful in people. And I find adherence to it very beautiful, even though I don't have it, and even though it is problematic in other ways.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah.
Caveat.
Yes. I mean, major caveats, and once you get past the surface of that beauty, there's a lot of time there's ugly. So
and I said I admire faith, but just because they're going through rote motions doesn't mean that they are actually when you're going through routines and going through motions, it allows for a laziness of faith, and you might just be going through the motions.
Sure.
And
even if you mean it, though, there still is possibly ugliness below it.
Sure. Definitely.
And oftentimes are.
Definitely.
But
yeah, I totally
just
agree.
Just because of the mere religion itself.
Yeah.
And what it stands for sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, that's enough about...
Anyway, dude is facing Jerusalem, right? 3 times a day, he got down on his knees and prayed, giving thanks to his God, just as he had done before. So he didn't do more, he didn't do less, he just kept doing his thing.
Right.
He's like, whatever. Then these men as a group went and found Daniel praying and asking God for help. Oh no, what do you think happened?
I'm sure they tattled on him.
Yeah. So they went to the king and spoke to him about his royal decree. Did you not publish a decree that during the next 30 days, anyone who prays to any god or human being except to you, your majesty, will be thrown into the lion's den? Pretty sure I heard you say that, right?
Yeah.
The king answered, yeah, the decree stands in accordance with the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be repealed.
Right.
He's like, cool. Yeah,
right.
What? Then they said to the king, oh, whoops. Well, excuse you, but Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, that guy, he's not even like from here, pays no attention to you, your majesty, or to the decree you put in writing. I mean, ugh, this guy.
Right.
He still prays 3 times a day. Ugh.
How dare he?
Right? When the king heard this, he was greatly distressed. But he wasn't distressed that dude was breaking the decree.
He was distressed that he has to follow through with his law that he placed because these fucks made him do it.
Yeah, and he's distressed too because he realized that he got played.
Right.
And he's like, God damn it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I would, in that moment, if I were him, issue some sort of a decree against the people that made me do it too.
Yeah.
And or find them new jobs or, not new jobs.
They're going to get theirs, my love. Yeah. I've read the notes. They will get theirs.
Yeah.
All right. So he was determined to rescue Daniel and made every effort until sundown to save him. Okay. So I'm going to read some notes here that, because I've skipped several notes.
Okay. Yeah.
So when we started this chapter, we were like, dude's 80, blah, blah, blah. There had been no opportunity for Daniel to enjoy his return to high office as Babylon fell the night he was reinstated. Right?
Yeah.
But the new rulers would have known of his record and his extraordinary wisdom and understanding under Nebuchadnezzar. So they were like, this guy's awesome. We got to keep him.
Right.
And it was a common Medo-Persian practice for the king to act as representatives of the gods. So Darius agreed to the suggestion and made it law. Like, it made perfect sense to them. Like, it was no bigs. He was like, yeah, I'll be God for a month. That tracks.
Yeah.
It was also an established principle in the Medo-Persian Empire that when a king formally signed and instituted a decree, it was so binding that not even the king himself could change it. The decrees of a Persian king were unchangeable because he was thought to speak for the gods who could never be wrong and thus never needed to change their minds, which I said.
Sure.
Just making sure I didn't miss any of my notes here.
Yeah.
When the king, verse 14 read, when the king heard this, he was greatly distressed. He was determined to rescue Daniel and made every effort until sundown to save him.
Yeah.
And that's where I stopped, right?
Right.
This means that Darius worked as long as he could to try to save him, because according to ancient Eastern custom, the execution was carried out on the evening of the day that the accusation was made and found valid.
Okay.
So he was like trying everything he could all day.
Right.
And that's all the time he had.
Got it.
And like he really meant to save him if he could.
Yeah.
So I just thought that bears, stating.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So he's working hard, trying to save him, and then sundown comes. Then the men went as a group to King Darius and said to him, remember, your majesty, that according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, no decree or edict that the king issues can be changed.
These guys are rocking a real,
I'm like
fine line here,
Whom's the fuck
right.
do you think you're fucking talking to?
Right.
That this is not going to come back on you?
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with your stupid brain?
I think that this is partly what's wrong with this story, right? Like, I don't really think this is how it would have gone down.
Not at all.
It would have been more nefarious, more backhanded, and someone would have got tricked into recommending this, like one person. Yeah. Because it wouldn't be all of them being like, hey, we want you to do this thing, because that would get them all in trouble.
Exactly.
And they know what's going to get them in trouble. It doesn't.
And they wouldn't be like, Kingy, what'd you gonna do, Kingy? Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you're like goading them now to do this thing.
You're literally teasing. I don't think you're doing that to the king, sir.
Yeah.
You're lying.
Yeah.
You were not doing that.
Right.
So anyway, the king gave the order, and they brought Daniel and threw him into the lion's den.
Okay.
And he's like, fuck me. I guess I got to put this guy down, and this sucks. The king said to Daniel, may your God, whom you serve continually, rescue you. Yeah. So he's like, I've done everything I can.
It's up to your God now.
It's all on your God, and I'm really sorry.
Right.
I mean, like, and I believe that you believe, you know?
Sure.
He's like, I really hope this works out for you.
Yeah, right.
So a stone was brought and placed over the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring and with the rings of his nobles, those fucks, so that Daniel's situation might not be changed. Okay. Then the king returned to his palace and spent the night without eating and without any entertainment being brought to him. He was so upset. Yeah. He couldn't sleep. Right. At the first light of dawn, the king got up and hurried to the lion's den. Like, what did you expect to find? Like, why did you go there?
Like, I mean, I'm assuming that there is a certain amount of time that you're to leave these people in the den, and he's taking the first opportunity to open it up just in case.
Just in case.
Because he likes Daniel, apparently, right?
I'm just like, by all rights, you should be expecting a bloody goddamn mess.
And I'm sure he is, but also on the hope, he's got a small sliver of hope that he's like, maybe he survived, you know?
Well, when he came near the den, he called to Daniel in an anguished voice, Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to rescue you from the lions? Oh my gosh, he's so desperate. It's almost cute, right? He's like, are you okay, bud?
It strikes me, though, also, I just have to say this before we go a little bit any further, but they sealed him into this lion den, right? Mm-hmm. No one was able to see what happened. Right. Like, there could have been like a little, I don't know, ledge that he was able to get up on that he just hid there the whole fucking night. You know?
We don't know.
Right.
Or it didn't happen in the first place.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just
you were
saying,
like playing along in canon.
Yeah, if we're playing along, that's but there's so much, you know, there's so much attributed to this story, right? Like this story is so popular. Yeah. And my first thoughts as I'm thinking about this are like, what if he just found a great hiding spot? Yeah. You know, like this isn't as spectacular as it sounds, even if you allow for the fact that it happened.
You know what the king didn't do that he could have done?
What's that?
He could have thrown a whole bunch of fucking animals down there to satiate the lions overnight.
He could have.
And he didn't. He didn't. But maybe he did. Right?
Right.
So maybe he threw a whole bunch of meat down to satiate them.
There's no way to know, since this was written 400 years after the fact, and also it probably didn't happen.
Exactly. But guess what? Daniel answered, may the king live forever. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm so excited. Guess what? I'm alive.
I'm so shocked.
My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions. They've not hurt me, because I was found innocent in his sight. Nor have I ever done any wrong before you, your majesty. So he was found not wanting in God's eyes. Right. And also he had not been offensive to the king.
Well, it depends on how you take that. The king did, in fact, issue a decree saying that the people are not to do this thing that he did.
But it wasn't like a personal affront.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
He did not insult the king, and the king was not insulted by him practicing his faith.
Okay, the king was not insulted, but the king could have chose to be insulted.
He could have. But the thing is Daniel knew the guy, and he's like, you know that I was not here trying to be an asshole at you. I'm just doing my thing.
No, I get it.
That's what he's saying. Like, I'm basically innocent. I'm a good guy. Sure. So God spared me.
Yeah.
The king was overjoyed, yay, and gave orders to lift Daniel out of the den. And when Daniel was lifted from the den, no wound was found on him because he had trusted in his God. But that's not the whole story.
Okay. Yeah.
At the king's command, the men who had falsely accused Daniel were brought in and thrown into the lion's den, which serves them right. But I don't care for this next bit.
I'm sure they all died.
Along with their wives and children.
Holy shit.
Right?
Jesus Christ.
They fucked around and then their wives and children found out.
That's fucked up.
That's fucked up a lot.
And, okay. Oh, right. So God was willing to spare Daniel, but then was okay with slaughtering entire families.
And we're just supposed to be okay with that because it's not ours to know.
Right.
You don't question God. Why did those kids have to die? I don't know.
Not only was God okay with this, but Daniel apparently is okay with this too, right? Because he's in good with this guy Darius or whatever.
Darius is fine with it.
So Daniel's like, yeah, slaughter their entire families. It's cool, whatever. Yeah, they
I don't give a fuck about kids. Right? I don't have any. Why do I care?
I'll still serve you. It's all good.
Yeah. Fuck kids.
I got no problem with this.
Ankle biters are garbage.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah.
This is fucked up.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And before they reached the floor of the den, the lions overpowered them. I hate it when I overpowder things. The lions overpowered them and crushed all their bones.
Jesus.
I mean, this is grotesque.
Yeah.
Like, not okay, you know?
No.
Then King Darius wrote to all the nations and peoples of every language in all the earth. This strikes me very similar to Nebuchadnezzar's letter.
Yes.
You know, like, I believe now, and I have to tell everybody about it.
Well, and the way this is phrased, those words specifically, that is so over the top.
Yeah.
Right? Because as we're reading it today, we know he didn't write every nation on the earth and every, that just did not happen. In every
language in all the earth.
Right.
Fuck off.
You weren't even aware of all the languages on the earth.
You didn't even know that the Aztecs were flourishing at this time. Fuck the fuck off.
Yeah.
You did not know the Aztecs.
Right.
Like, we literally went down a list of all the shit that was going on around the world at the time of Babylon's fall or whatever.
Right. And we're to believe that this is God, like kind of mandating what is written, right? Like this is directed by God.
Yeah.
God would know that other people existed on earth.
I would think a God worth his beans would.
And more specifically than that, in the past in the Bible, they have referred to when they talked about reaching out to other nations and other groups, they referred to them in a way that let us know that they were in this range of area that they were aware of, right?
North as far as X and then south as far as Y.
Sure.
Like, that's how they did it. Like, they named the furthest reaches of the boundaries of what they knew.
Right, but now we're just referring to them as everybody.
Yep.
All the nations, all the languages.
Yep. And the whole planet.
It's just not factually correct.
Yeah.
It's not okay to say that when we're talking about the Word of God, because God should know that is not correct.
Yeah.
And it has been this language like that has not specifically been used before.
Right.
That I can think of off the top of my head. In the Bible, where they just kind of say everybody.
Well, I sent letters to everybody, didn't you?
No.
So he says in his letter, which is translated into every language in all the earth.
Sure.
May you prosper greatly. I issue a decree that in every part of my kingdom, people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel.
Oh my gosh.
For he is the living God and he endures forever. His kingdom will not be destroyed. His dominion will never end. He rescues and he saves. He performs signs and wonders in the heavens and on earth.
The fuck?
He has rescued Daniel from the power of the lions.
What?
He's awesome because Daniel didn't die from lions. What?
I'm blown away about how
childish.
Yeah.
It's so simple and silly.
Yeah, this is like the person that's like, this is like the fish story, right? The person that's always got the better, bigger story. Our God is bigger, better. We're going to show you how much. And here, we wrote a story. This is true. Just believe it.
It's like Trump going from one rally to the next. He's like, I talked to a guy and he had a tear on his cheek. And then at the next one, he's like, I talked to a guy and he was bawling like a baby.
Right.
And then at the next one, he's like, I talked to a guy and he drowned in his tears and he's dead. Like, whoa, guy.
That escalated quickly.
Right?
Yeah, right.
But he like ups the numbers every rally.
Well, and this was something we were talking about early on with the book of Daniel so far, is that this is a lot of propaganda, right? They're trying to reclaim the glory of their God, even though they got conquered and beat to hell by the Babylonians, and then the Persians took over from there, right? So there's this whole time frame where the Israelites were not this prominent group of people, and their God was probably a lesser than God at this point as far as what that region thought of gods.
Yeah.
So they're trying to reclaim that glory by propping up their God through these stories, and the way they're doing it is so disingenuous that it's not even a little bit believable, the way they tell it. Like
reading this, I have to think, y'all believe this?
I know.
People had to be so simple back then.
Back then? I'm just saying, this is still a very popular book, and people still put a lot of credit in this.
Right.
You forget that this is still relevant.
I know. I hate it.
I don't understand why. I can't fathom how this is believable, but it is to people.
I cannot. I don't know. All right, I got one sentence left.
I got it. I'm sorry.
So Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and the reign of Cyrus the Persian.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's see. Darius.
I'm assuming you're scrolling for notes here.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, all right.
Darius the Mede. No, we already mentioned that. Nope, I already said all my notes. Nothing.
Wife is having trouble keeping track of notes.
Well, there was a lot to say, and,
No, there was. You had mentioned earlier about how you were going to explain something about the people dying that are, whatever, and why they, whatever.
They
Go
died.
ahead.
The people that are like, I am totally a solid believer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go sleep in the lion's den.
Right.
And I have faith that God will protect me.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they died, right?
Yes.
Here's the problem with what they did. Three things.
Okay.
First of all,
they went into a lion's den.
Okay, four things. Four things. First of all, they went into the lion's den in the first place. That was dumb.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Second of all, Daniel had already been judged by God and been found not wanting. These people that went in there, they're just like assuming they're good. Okay. God didn't tell them that. Okay, third of all, Daniel also had not Daniel had not offended the person who threw him in. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Given the story, right? The king did not want to throw him in. These people, they're just like,
I'm just going to walk in.
I'm just going to walk in.
Right.
Okay. Fourth of all, what fucking pride. Like, Daniel did not go in there and say, I trust God to protect me.
Right.
What he did, and he did this in the, his friends did it in the furnace thing, was say, we have prayed. We trust that our God can save us. Doesn't mean he will.
And it's not like they would have chosen to go into the fire or the lion's den, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. These dudes are like, my shit don't stink.
Right.
I am awesome, whether I don't know if God says so, but I say so. And I'm just willingly testing God, and he's totally going to save me.
Well, I guess no one will really be able to put this to the test, because I don't know of many people that get thrown into the lion's den anymore.
And I don't know.
It's just not a thing that happens very
anybody
often.
Who actually hears the voice of God that is not having mental health issues.
Maybe after Project 2025 happens, they'll reinstitute death penalties that will include throwing people into lions' dens.
I would not doubt it, because...
So then we could actually legitimately possibly test this,
I would not doubt it.
Yeah. So speaking of which, we do have, I meant to say this earlier, but we had our part 1 of the Project 2025, which is available publicly on our Patreon. So all you have to be is a free member to listen to that first episode.
You don't have to pay or be a contributing member. You can just go there and listen.
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse, and you can go over there as a free member and listen to our latest Patreon episode. But that being said, it is a two-parter. So we finished part 1 on Sunday, and we're going to be finishing part 2 on Wednesday.
Correct.
And part of this is due to the scheduling faux pas that is my life at this point with regard to my new job. So
well, that, and I did not anticipate when I went into this project, so to speak, that half of it was going to be learning about the Heritage Foundation.
No, honestly,
I didn't know.
We got into it about an hour, and I started looking at you like, when is this ending? Are you
wrapping this up? And I'm like, oh, I haven't actually got to Project 2025
we have a whole
yet.
other section, and I'm like, okay, we need to like cut.
Yeah. Oopsie.
So it turned into a part 2.
Yeah.
That was originally supposed to be just a single episode, but it would have been like a 2.5-hour episode if we went through the whole thing. Right. So anyway, free membership gets you the first episode. If you sign up for the free trial membership, it's a 7-day trial. We will be getting the new episode for the second episode out by Wednesday. So if you sign up for that free trial membership, you can always cancel, but you'll get the second episode as part of that free trial membership as well. You can go back and listen to some of our old ones that are on there as well while you're there. Yeah. And we'd love for you to stick around. Obviously, we do need the help to make this podcast more than what it is right now. And so that I don't have to spend all my time working elsewhere, I could concentrate on the podcast. If we were making more off of it, that would be amazing.
That would be really cool, actually.
So go do that,
Yeah.
Again, patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse. And then hopefully you enjoy those episodes. And we will be back tomorrow with
Daniel chapter 7.
Daniel chapter 7. One last note.
What's that?
We have updated our Discord, our live Discord that we do to Wednesdays now.
Yes.
The link to the Discord is in our show notes on every episode that we've released in the last probably year. So if you aren't on our Discord now, head over now, go click on that link. If you don't know how to use Discord, don't worry about it. We have people waiting to help.
Yes.
They will be there. They will embrace you. They will say hi. They will be like, what the fuck do you need? And then they'll help you.
And I know this for a fact because I still half the time can't get into the Discord thing myself because I am technologically disadvantaged. And they help me every time.
Yeah, and believe it or not, we are very accessible. So if you need help with something, if you have a question about something, please don't hesitate to reach out to us either via email, however you, whatever you're on, whatever
we're platform on all the
you're
things.
On, reach out to us, ask us a question. We generally answer if we're not inundated with other stuff on that platform at the time. The biggest one to not reach us on would be Twitter right now because we have so many fans on there right now that I can't keep up with all the comments and everything on there. So if you try to reach me there, I probably won't see it. And I apologize, but
that and Twitter X Twixer is not our favorite for reasons.
Well, I liked the interactions on there, but there are definitely reasons why we don't like it as much as we used to. So and we'll just leave it at Elon.
Oh, you.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, tomorrow, Daniel chapter 7. We will see you then. And for now, bye.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know where we're at and how the hell we got here?
Well, yesterday we read Daniel chapter 6.
We sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter, let's see, not Nebuchadnezzar, Darius, some guy that was leading the Babylonian people after he conquered
Darius the Mede.
The Mede, yeah, he conquered those they were Babylonians. They're still Babylonians, and they were something else, Chaldeans, I guess. Yeah, so he conquered them.
Sure.
And then he put into power some people, and Daniel was one of the top 3. And like all the people under him and maybe beside him were jealous because this king really preferred Daniel over everybody else, and he was going to like take charge of everything.
Well, and part of the problem too was that they were like, why the fuck is this guy over here being put in charge of shit, and he's a Jew and we're not? That's not right. And he was a captive brought up here. He's not even fucking from here.
Right. So the people that were jealous that he was in charge, they couldn't find anything wrong with Daniel, so they came up with a scheme, and they were like, we're going to get this guy in trouble. So they played on the king's ego and said, hey, king, you should do a decree. And apparently the decrees of the Medes were like famous for being non-breakable, apparently. So they're like, you should make a decree that nobody for the next 30 days can worship anybody but you. And so that happened because ego and pride and all that wonderful shit. And then they were like, hey, this guy that you like, he's worshiping his God and not you. Right. And the king was like, fuck.
Darius was like, dope.
Because he liked him.
I've been got.
Yeah. But also, he couldn't break his decree.
Yeah, because they paint themselves in corners with their stupid rules.
Yeah. So he was kind of forced by these people to go through with this punishment, which was throwing Daniel into a lion's den.
Because of course.
Right, because that's what you do, I guess. So anyway, apparently Daniel survived, and that was miraculous, and then God's wonderful and awesome, because that's what this whole fucking book so far has been about.
Right.
They're like, hey, look how awesome our fucking God is with this fictional character that's doing all these amazing things.
Amazing.
It's crazy how he's doing these things.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. And anyway, he survived. And then the king was obviously pissed at the people that tricked him into doing this.
But happy that Daniel survived.
So as you do as king, you take the people that did this thing to you and you kill them, their families, their kids, their wives, and you throw them all into the lion's den. That's how you handle problems.
Yeah.
Is you kill all the people.
Yes.
That's what God does.
That's what I always do. Don't you have a lion's den in your backyard that you throw people in?
No. I think we have a rabbit's den.
We do, and we have
maybe a groundhog den.
We have a hole under the fence between our yard and our neighbor's yard.
Yeah, that's a big ass groundhog that lives in our backyard.
It's a huge hole. Have you seen it lately?
I have not.
I was mowing yesterday. That fucking hole is huge, and no wonder, because that groundhog is fat.
He is.
Like, I hate to fat shame an animal, but he's eating well.
A big boy. He's eating well. Yeah. And we kind of like him. He's friendly. He's a friendly groundhog,
he ain't hurt me.
It's not our yard. We rent. Yeah. So whatever.
There's also a wild bunny back there.
There is a baby one.
Yeah, last year was cute. Last year was a wild bunny, and this year is a little wild bunny. When you guys had babies. I'm so happy about it too.
Yeah. So anyway, that was Daniel chapter 6.
Sure as fuck was.
And all about our backyard. And then that means today we're getting into
Daniel chapter 7.
All right. You ready to do this?
I am.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. Okay, we are hopping into Daniel chapter 7.
Or Daniel chapter 7.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
As I have been doing at the beginning of every chapter in Daniel, let me remind you that this book can be divided into 2 parts.
It's extra important today.
It is, because the first part was a set of 6 court tales, and we are done with those. And those were mostly written in Aramaic.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now we are starting the 4 apocalyptic visions, which encompass chapters 7 through 12.
Okay.
And those were written in Hebrew. So,
got it. And I'm not sure whether to be excited, scared, or whatever. Like, it's just going to be different now. We're changing things up.
It's interesting because, okay, well, let me just read this note. Although the visions collected in this section of the book are in approximate chronological order, there is no obvious connection leading one on to the next. Each vision has a separate and distinct message.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
And before I start reading the chapter, I want to give a slight intro too. Okay?
Yeah.
Daniel, having in the previous chapters related certain events about himself and his fellow captives, and having given proof of his being enabled by God to interpret the dreams of others, proceeds now to detail his own visions.
Got it.
And this is returning us to a period prior to the last chapter.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Remember when I read the last chapter and I was like, this one's out of place?
Yes.
So that's just a reminder that we're going back a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you said that one should have been between, like, either at the end of 7 or 8 or something like that.
It should be after 8, I believe.
After 8. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I could have that wrong, but we'll
whatever.
see.
Yeah. Right.
Does it really matter?
No.
No. All right. So in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon.
Yeah.
So
we're back before they got conquered, right?
No. What? Oh, yeah.
Right.
Back before Babylon got
Yeah,
conquered.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, when
before
you said
before the Medes got conquered. I apologize.
Before the Medes got there. The Medes did the
that's what I meant. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day.
It has. So yeah, this is before Babylon and the Chaldeans got conquered by the Mede-Persian people.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Got it. All right. So in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel had a dream, and visions passed through his mind as he was lying in bed. He wrote down the substance of his dream, because of course he did.
Right.
Daniel said, in my vision at night I looked, and there before me were the 4 winds of heaven, churning up the great sea. 4 great beasts, each different from the others, came up out of the sea.
Okay.
The first was like a lion, and it had the wings of an eagle. That sounds like a sphinx kind of thing happening, right?
It does, yeah.
I watched until its wings were torn off, and it was lifted from the ground so that it stood on 2 feet like a human being, and the mind of a human was given to it.
Huh, okay.
And there before me was a second beast,
okay,
which looked like a bear. It was raised up on one of its sides, and it had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. It was told, get up and eat your fill of flesh.
Okay.
I'm loving these. What? Yeah. After that, I looked, and there before me was another beast. So this is the third one.
Sure, yeah.
One that looked like a leopard.
A leopard, okay.
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
Right, yeah.
I mean, almost.
Right,
kind of.
but it's interesting that the first one was a combination of multiple creatures, and now we're just like single creatures.
Just a bear.
Right.
You're just a bear.
It's weird.
You're just a
little
leopard.
bit weird.
Yeah. And on the leopard's back, it had 4 wings like those of a bird.
Never mind.
Yeah, you didn't know.
It was just the bear that was by itself.
The bear is boring. Boring old bear.
Fucking bears.
Silly old bear. This beast had 4 heads.
I wonder if they have... Did they do commercials about wiping their ass back then, you think?
The Charmin bear?
Yeah, were they in like talks with Charmin back then?
No.
To get in good? No.
No.
I gotta say though, the easy tear stuff that they advertise on Charmin.
Yeah.
It doesn't I've tried it we don't have it here, but we know somebody that does, and I tried it, and both times I ripped a piece.
And it
did not rip along that easy tear edge.
So the easy tear was not easily tearable.
I'm just saying, we are not sponsored by Charmin, and I'm calling bullshit on their fucking marketing. That's all. That's all. I just had to throw that out there since we're talking about bears a little bit.
All right. Well, you were very excited to tell me about that bear.
I was.
And if it shits in the wood, and if the toilet paper rips easily. So I'm going to go back because I think you missed a part.
I kind of got off track there.
No, that's okay. Yeah. So he sees a leopard, and it has 4 wings.
Yes.
This beast had 4 heads.
Whoa.
That's the part you missed.
Got it.
I said that, and then you were like, but the toilet paper, though.
He says it's a leopard, but not many leopards have wings and or...
Not many.
Yeah, and or 4 heads, you know? This seems
either
like it's
or.
Not
this one has both.
Did it just have spots, and that's what gave it away? Is that the distinguishing mark of the leopard? Or
what makes you think it's a leopard?
Right. So I think my answer to seeing that would be like, what in the everlasting fuck is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of wildcat thing with wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it had 4 heads, and it was given authority to rule.
Oh.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
With 4 heads, I would think so, right? After that, in my vision at night, I looked. And again, I keep looking.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to stop looking.
Maybe.
Is what I think.
Yeah.
And there before me was a 4th beast, terrifying and frightening and very powerful.
Okay.
It had large iron teeth.
Iron teeth. Wow.
Right?
Okay.
It crushed and devoured its victims and trampled underfoot whatever was left.
Huh.
It was different from all the former beasts, and it had 10 horns.
Whoa.
What? While I was thinking about the horns, there before me was another horn, a little one.
What?
Which came up among them.
In the same beast that had the iron feet. Or whatever the
iron
fuck they
teeth.
were. Iron teeth, I'm sorry.
Iron teeth,
Yes.
10 horns, and now a little one.
Okay.
A little horn among the 10 horns. Okay.
Well, I don't see the significance here, but okay.
So it came up among them. And 3 of the first horns were uprooted before it. So this little horn came up and was like, boom, and knocked the 3 of the big ones out. Okay?
Still not understanding what's going on here.
This horn had eyes like the eyes of a human being and a mouth that spoke boastfully.
A horn that had eyes and a mouth.
Yeah.
The little horn that
horn.
usurped the other 3 horns to take their place.
I had to go back and reread that it was the horn that had eyes and a mouth because I was like, no, it's the leopard. No, you're right. It's the horn.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The horn has eyes and a mouth.
Iron teeth and then horns, and one of the horns grew out of the other horns and had eyes and something. Then teeth. Mouth.
And he spoke boastfully.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure I'm getting all this.
Right. As I looked, thrones were set in place, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. Ancient of Days is
this
capital.
Is the iron-teethed beast with the horns and the mouth and the horns and the eyeballs.
This is Daniel saying as I looked, because he's looking at all this.
Right. But that ancient whatever beast thing, is that referring to the one that they were just talking about? The one with the iron teeth, or
what? What are you asking me?
Reread what you just read.
I read, as I looked, and then quote, thrones were set in a place, and the Ancient of Days took his seat.
Okay, who is the Ancient of Days?
Well, it's capital letters, so I'm going to assume it's God.
Okay.
Right? Am I wrong?
Well, I thought maybe it was one of the beasts. I thought we had just got done talking about the one with the iron teeth, so I thought maybe that's what that was.
I think it's God because, look, the next sentence says, his clothing was as white as snow.
Oh.
The hair of his head was white like wool.
Okay.
His throne, was flaming with fire, and its wheels were all ablaze. Oh, there go the wheels.
Yeah.
Go Ezekiel, man.
Yeah.
The wheels were all ablaze.
Yeah.
A river of fire was flowing, coming out from before him.
Okay.
Thousands upon thousands attended him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The court was seated, and the books were opened.
What?
There's books? I didn't know there were books.
What book do they have open?
Many of them.
Okay.
Plural. S at the end.
Got
Books.
it. Yeah.
And they were opened.
Right.
Then I continued to watch because of the boastful words the horn was speaking.
Okay, so I'm confused. I think this is going to require a lot of Q&A stuff here because why the fuck is the horn speaking now that we just got done talking about the Ancient of Days thing that's is decked out in white and has white hair or something and
he's in a library or something.
Shit. And I'm really kind of lost right now. I'm just gonna be honest because
there's a lot going on.
What's happening here?
Yeah, and what happened to the first 3 beasts anyway?
Yeah, we've moved on apparently.
The bear was like, I'm out.
Yeah,
I can't compete with this. I kept looking until the beast, the 4th one,
Yeah,
the scary
the iron teeth one with
the leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads and
with the cyst horn that's growing teeth and eyeballs or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I kept looking until the beast was slain and its body destroyed and thrown into the blazing fire.
I'm assuming the Ancient of Days killed it?
I don't know.
How did it get slain?
I don't know, but I've got a parentheses voice.
Sure.
The other beasts had been stripped of their authority, but were allowed to live for a period of time.
Oh, okay. So this Ancient of Days apparently usurped the authority from all these others, and that scary ass beast had to be dealt with immediately because it was scary, right? The other 3,
I was scared.
One of them was just a fucking bear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. So they were allowed to live because they weren't quite as scary, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
In my vision at night, I looked, and there before me was one like a son of man coming with the clouds of heaven.
Okay.
This is where the Christians get their Jesus talk of
sure.
Old Testament.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
He approached the Ancient of Days and was led into his presence. He was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worshipped him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed.
I see. Okay. So this is Christians obviously read this bit.
Yeah, they did, and they still do. Yeah.
Yeah, but I meant before they wrote, the Christian bit.
Oh, yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I, Daniel, was troubled in spirit, and the visions that passed through my mind disturbed me. I approached one of those standing there and asked him the meaning of all this. So he told me and gave me the interpretation of these things.
One of those standing there. Is this one of the people in attendance?
One of the thousands.
Tens of thousands times tens of thousands?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So here's what this guy says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 great beasts are 4 kings that will rise from the earth.
Okay.
I wonder which one is the boring bear. But the holy people of the Most High, capital M, capital H,
yeah,
will receive the kingdom and will possess it forever. Yes, forever and ever.
Amen.
Mm-hmm. Then I wanted to know the meaning of the 4th beast, which was different from all the others and most terrifying with its iron teeth and bronze claws. That wasn't
that's new.
Yeah. I guess it has some bronze claws.
Right.
Editor much? The beast that crushed and devoured its victims and trampled underfoot whatever was left.
Mm-hmm.
I also wanted to know about the 10 horns on its head.
I really want to know about all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck is happening?
Right? Like, oh, you got high with Ezekiel.
Right?
I see.
Yeah.
So I
feel like these prophets had way too much free time and way too many drugs.
Yeah, because their dreams were sick.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to know about the 10 horns on its head and about that other horn that came up, before which 3 of them fell. The horn that looked more imposing than the others and that had eyes and a mouth that spoke boastfully.
Yeah, right. I'm curious. Sure.
As I watched, this horn was waging war against the holy people and defeating them, as horns do.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the thing that happens. Sure.
Until the capital Ancient of Days came and pronounced judgment in favor of the holy people of the Most High, capital.
Okay.
And the time came when they possessed the kingdom. He gave me this explanation, the dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even with this.
Right?
Okay.
I'm definitely gonna need this explanation. I hope it actually does something.
Sure. The 4th beast is a 4th kingdom that will appear on earth. It will be different from all the other kingdoms and will devour the whole earth, trampling it down and crushing it.
Oh, okay.
I think I was talking to my dad about Bible things, and he was like, Daniel, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hey, I'm reading that book right now.
Yeah.
And so then he was like, yeah, we're in the end days. It's happening. And Russia is the big one that's coming.
Oh, wait. So, okay, that confuses the fuck out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the right wing so friendly about Russia when if apparently the Christian right thinks that Russia is that 4th beast?
They're so excited because as soon as all this shit happens, they get tribulated right up to heaven or whatever.
And this is why Christians should not be in charge of decision making.
Right, because they're like, yes, it's the end days. And we're like, that's not...
we don't want that, guys.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
And they're like, we're going to heaven. And we're like, I hope that for you.
Right.
You're wrong, but I hope that for you.
Good luck with that.
I don't want your cat.
No.
Just kidding. He's sweet, but he's old.
Right.
And our cat
would not get along.
No, you know what? That's not necessarily true. When we stayed with them for a little bit,
they were the 2 that got along best.
They were the 2 that got along best. Yeah. I think they'd be okay because mostly they were like, meh.
I'll leave you alone. You leave me alone.
That's your corner. This is my corner.
Right.
Yeah, they'd be okay.
All right.
All right. If my parents get tribulated up to heaven or wherever, we will take their cat.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. The 10 horns are 10 kings who will come from this kingdom.
Okay.
Kings who will come from this kingdom. After them, another king will rise. So this is the little horn, different from the earlier ones. He will subdue 3 kings.
Okay.
He will speak against the Most High, capital letters.
Yeah.
And oppress his holy people and try to change the set times and the laws. The holy people will be delivered into his hands for a time, times and a half a time. What?
This is so weird.
Delivered into his hands for a time, times, and half a time.
Sure.
Time,
okay.
Times, and half a time.
Right. I
confused,
am definitely going,
and very lost.
No, I think this is going to require a little bit of research for sure.
I'm so lost. Mm-hmm. But the court will sit, and his power will be taken away and completely destroyed forever.
Okay.
Then the sovereignty, power, and greatness of all the kingdoms under heaven will be handed over to the holy people of the Most High. His kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom, and all rulers will worship and obey him.
Oh, good.
There's your Jesus-y whatever, right?
Yeah, sure.
This is the end of the matter. I, Daniel, was deeply troubled by my thoughts, and my face turned pale, but I kept the matter to myself. The end.
Oh, you didn't keep it to yourself. You wrote it down, apparently.
You wrote it in your journal, and then you got your journal published, bitch.
Right.
Like, what?
Now, I mean, that's assuming that Daniel is real and whatever. Yeah. But yeah, if you're sitting here we're sitting here reading the fucking story, so you obviously didn't keep it to yourself.
Right. Because
moreover, that dream is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what it means. It doesn't make...
Look, if I had this kind of dream, which, I mean, I've had some crazy dreams,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
If I had this kind of dream, I would roll over and go back to sleep to try to dream a different dream to get that shit out my head.
Right.
Like, I clearly did not get enough sleep. I need more sleep. And that cannot be the last dream that I had.
I certainly wouldn't, like, the attribution of meaning to these figures that they're in this story is somewhat absurd in my opinion. Like, I get that these are supposed to represent, kingdoms and kings and this people, the people that follow the Almighty on high, whatever the fuck is going on there, and then this other person that came in that's going to rule forever. I get that there's all this symbolism here, but you could attribute this to, like, I mean.
It could have been 4 donuts.
Right.
4 donuts, okay? And one of them was glazed. Like, that would make as much sense, right?
I mean, look, I have this sneaking suspicion that when we go research this, right, we're going to find all this information about Jesus and this coming kingdom and how everything's going to be perfect in God's eye, and they've related each one of these things to a specific king or kingdom or whatever, and that's how this is all going to break down, right? But just reading through this vision, I'm like, dude, that's a fucked up dream.
You need therapy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Affectionately.
Maybe, or just maybe better sleep. Like, you're obviously not sleeping well. Something's going wrong here.
What is that mattress that on the Sattva mattress?
Right.
That's what I keep hearing advertised on, like, every podcast ever.
Right. Yeah.
Not sponsored, not sponsored, not sponsored. All right, I have a couple notes. Ready?
Uh-huh.
The 4 kingdoms represented here are the same 4 kingdoms illustrated in chapter 2.
Okay.
Okay, and chapter 2 was, which one was chapter 2?
That
the
was
one where
the
they were going to
interpretation.
No. Oh, no?
The chapter 2 was the one where the king had the dream and he was going to chop everybody into pieces.
That's right.
And then Daniel was like, whoa, wait, give me a night to think on it. And then
they prayed and were like, can you tell me though?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the same 4 kingdoms, which is the Chaldeans, the Medo-Persians, the Macedonian or Grecian.
Okay.
Both combo, whatever.
Yeah.
And the Romans. But there is a difference in emphasis, whereas the vision given to King Nebuchadnezzar dealt in general with the historical significance of the events symbolized.
Yeah.
The vision given to Daniel here in this chapter dealt more with how these events would affect God's people.
Okay.
that didn't clear much up for me, but I'm just putting it out there.
Right.
So
I guess historically, this is how this translates out, right? But to me, it just sounded like a crazy dream.
Yeah.
But, okay. Sure, that's what it means.
Another thing that I picked up in my notes was that the people, like, when Daniel was like, yo, what is all this? And then the one of the thousands or whatever turned to him and started explaining shit. Yeah. That was one of God's heavenly servants. I don't know how you get that. I didn't get that.
Right.
It was just one of the thousands.
Sure.
And what?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. But anyway.
I don't understand the need to take, like, there's these ideas that of things to come and prophecies to happen and all these things, right? Why do they need to put these ideas into the form of crazy ass imagery? Right? Like, just what is why do they need to do that?
Why do you have to be a magic 8-ball? Just talk. Just use your goddamn words.
I honestly believe that it's done so that if they're wrong, it's not wrong, right? They can. It's like telling someone reading someone's palm, right? You just do a very general idea, and you can't be that wrong, right? People will then attribute meaning to things that you say, regardless of what actually happened.
Do you know somebody whose name starts with an S?
Right.
I mean, who doesn't?
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't get this chapter, and I did take notes. I did try to, be prepared for it, but my notes are not enough because that's all the notes that I really have.
Yeah.
To, talk about what happened here.
One thing I am curious about when we do a Q&A or maybe in the next chapter is we were discussing the last time about how this was written 200, like around the 200 BCE timeframe. But were both these versions, like the 1 through 6 and the 7 through whatever, were they both written in that same time frame, or are there different ideas as to when each section was written? I'm just curious.
I'd have to look into that more because the answer that I was given, not having asked that question, was that they were all
around the same time frame.
Yeah,
but they're obviously different languages that they spawned from. So it's I suppose it's still possible. Maybe some of these stories were collected and some of them were written. Yeah, right. So maybe it was all put together at the same time.
The first 6 were the Aramaic ones that had been around forever or whatever. So I would assume that those were the ones that were collected.
Got it.
From,
and
Aramaic
edited somewhat
sources.
because there's been
obviously, because they put the name Daniel in and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But I would assume that the visions and, the 7 through 12.
This is the newly creative stuff that they came up with.
Yeah.
Which also kind of makes some sense because this vision right here that we're reading or read, it sounds very Ezekiel-ish as we were kind of leaning that direction.
Yeah.
And what we know of those times is that these latter prophets, right, they were becoming more and more prominent in this religion that is Judaism, right?
And I don't know that they overlapped, but they might have the message that they were studying, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the little cult thing that they were growing might have overlapped both of them, even if Ezekiel and Daniel did not necessarily overlap.
Well, and if these people that were writing this in the 200 BCE timeframe were studying Ezekiel and whatnot, it would make sense that some of the stylings and the ideas from those books would make it into this new book that they're writing. So it can make some sense that way, I guess.
Sure.
But that was a crazy-ass dream.
Yeah. Not a fan.
I mean, it's interesting. I like the imagery of the descriptions of the creatures and it gives you a lot to like visualize.
Sure.
But it's not an easy idea to follow.
Yeah.
Because there's not really a coherent message.
There's too much. There's too much happening.
Right.
Like, okay, there's this thing in fiction where you can't have too many magical things happen because it's asking the audience to believe too much.
Right.
So you can have, I don't know, you can have aliens, but you can't also have God. And that's why the movie Signs did not do really well.
Got it.
So it's asking too many different opposing magical ideas.
Sure.
So,
no, that makes sense.
Yeah. And that I feel like there was about 10 different things happening here.
It was all over the fucking place, for sure. I don't really think we have much else to say except for that we probably need to touch on this episode when we go back on our Q&A. So
yeah.
That was Daniel chapter 7.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that tomorrow we'll be back with
Daniel chapter 8.
And I think we're also going to try to get out our second episode for the
Patreon.
All right, and we'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Where the fuck are we?
Well, we are in Daniel, and I believe we just read Daniel chapter 7.
We sure as fuck did.
And in that story, we had a dream. There was a dream. A dream happened.
A dream happened.
And in that dream, there were beasts. There were 4 beasts that I am aware of.
Were they fantastic beasts? Do you know where to find them?
So there was like a lion, a bear, a leopard, and then some weird horned, flying purple,
people
iron
eater?
Teeth, horn growing people eater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah.
that was there.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they all represent something too.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like different nations that exist, and they were supposed to get something from all this symbolism that was in this chapter. But in the midst of the chapter, I didn't get that symbolism.
No.
I didn't really understand what they were talking about. But then there was this like ancient of something days thing, ancient of days, maybe
ancient of days.
And that was maybe God because he was like white, and then he had white hair and like lots of white. So there was a lot of white there. Mm-hmm. And really, what I got from the whole chapter is that Daniel needs some help.
And he clearly was smoking the same shit that Ezekiel was.
Yeah.
Because he also, one of the things had wheels.
Right.
And we were like, oh, okay, so it's God.
Yeah, the wheels on the Bible go round and round, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And I don't know why they can't, like, to me, if you want to really prove that you are given a prophecy, you make it a lot more clear than it was.
Yeah.
But this was so muddled, you could interpret it however the fuck you want to mean any fucking thing on the planet.
I really love it when I'm reading the notes and they're like, this horn means this. And I'm like, based on what? And they're like,
because we said so.
Because we've always said so. And I'm like, but who was the first guy that said so? And why did he say it?
And then the answer is, stop asking questions, you silly fucking atheist.
Right?
Jesus, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. They just decide.
Why do you want to know these things? It's God. Obviously, it's God.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Why don't you believe in God?
I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how.
Yeah, but I mean, like we've talked about it throughout the chapters. These chapters of Daniel do not make God believable to me.
No,
it's over the top. They're trying to oversell their God with regard to how much impact their God supposedly had on this Babylonian Empire and things that happened in it. And it's them 400 years later looking back and saying, wow, we really got fucked over by Babylon back then. You remember that? How we got fucked over?
Yeah, let's see if we can spin this into a thing that happened because God made it so.
Yeah.
And that it's all part of his ineffable plan.
Right. And that's exactly how it feels to me. It just feels like they're just spinning propaganda so that they don't give up too much greatness to... They don't let their God become lesser than any other entity or being.
Right.
And they're like, see how great he still was even though we got conquered?
Yeah.
That's how great he was. He was that great. They walked in, they lived through fire. This guy lived through a fucking lion's den. I mean, holy shit. How great is our God, right?
And not only that, but he fucked us because we deserved it.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
But I mean, sure.
They're so excited to be like, we suck.
They are.
And I'm like, grow a spine, dude.
Yeah. And and when they say that they suck, apparently it's just universal, right?
Yeah.
There's not a caveat for people that are good. It's just y'all suck. I'm going to ruin everybody's lives.
Yep.
But he's awesome because he also lets some people live through fire.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay.
Like, there's a Justin Bieber song that goes, why don't you just love yourself? Which I really love that song. But then I was like really happy to find out that it actually is why don't you go fuck yourself?
Right.
With regard to Selena Gomez and their whole breakup way back when.
Yeah.
And I can't help it. I like that song. I'm not a fan of Justin Bieber, but I do like that song.
Sure.
And it's like what I want to sing both versions of it to the people back then. Like,
right.
you know, why don't you go love yourself so that you stop being just an abuse victim that's like, but God loves us.
Right.
And then also because the religion that you created that's coming later is actually getting up in my beeswax, why don't you go fuck yourself also?
Right, that too.
Like both,
yeah,
you know?
For sure.
Whichever version of the song fits you, do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
So that was Daniel chapter 7.
This was such an intro. I'm sorry. Yes.
It was.
It sure
was.
as fuck was.
We went the fuck off.
Yeah, we did.
So that was Daniel chapter 7, which means that today we're getting into
Daniel chapter 8.
And also one quick apology. It may be yet tomorrow before we get to our part 2 of our
Patreon.
Yeah, that one.
About Project 2025. The notes are ready. We have it ready to go. We just haven't been able to record it. And as soon as we're able to do that, we will get it out to you.
Yes. Also, we're live on Discord tonight. Mm-hmm. And we got a full house. We got like all of our regulars are here. Mm-hmm. And we did change the day. It's on Wednesdays now. So Wednesdays at 10 p.m. On Discord. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Just click the damn link in the show notes and join us on Discord, and then join the event once you're on Discord, and join us on these Wednesday nights when we're doing these lives, and you'll have a blast. I promise.
Yeah, stop being so lame. Get over here.
You do have to deal with us being a bit ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
and going off about all kinds of shit that has nothing to do with the Bible or what we're doing on the live that night when we're off mic.
It's true.
When we're off live mic.
Yeah.
So yeah. But that being said, let's go ahead and get into Daniel chapter 8.
It's about goddamn time. Let's do it. All right, we are about to hop into Daniel chapter 8.
Or Daniel chapter 8.
And I must start this book, as I always do, by saying that the book of Daniel can be divided into 2 parts. Part 1 is a set of 6 court tales in chapters 1 through 6 that are written mostly in Aramaic.
Right.
And then part 2 is 4 apocalyptic visions. And those are contained in chapters 7 through 12, and they are mostly written in Hebrew.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm also going to read an intro note before I go over and start the chapter.
Okay. Sure.
So although chapter 8 is set during the reign of King Belshazzar, who probably died in 539 BCE, the subject of Daniel's vision is supposed by many to denote Antiochus Epiphanes and his oppression of the Jewish people during the 2nd century BCE.
Oh.
Okay.
So this is representative of somebody who exists when the people that actually wrote this.
Apparently.
But because we're talking about Daniel, they had to change it to Daniel's time to make it work.
I have no idea.
I'm guessing.
I really don't know.
Okay.
I'm not fully keeping up. So I'm not going to try to guess.
Well, there's no knowing what people thousands of years ago meant when they wrote something because we can't fucking ask them.
It's true.
Yeah.
Unless you're a witch or something like that.
Or Bill or Ted. Yeah.
Yes.
Those guys can do it. So.
They have excellent adventures, I hear.
They do. Yeah.
All right, let's start this fucking book.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Not book. Chapter. Yeah.
Chapter, sorry. Yeah. In the 3rd year of King Belshazzar's reign, I, Daniel, had a vision. Again.
Sure.
As you do.
Mm-hmm.
After the one that had already appeared to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
In my vision, I saw myself in the citadel of Susa in the province of Elam. You know, over there.
Sure.
In the vision, I was beside the Ulai Canal.
Great. That's awesome, man.
That's where I was.
Did you have your feet dipped in it? Or what you doing?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless it was like the sin in Paris that has shit in it, in which case, no, I didn't.
Right.
I looked up. Oh, shit. I also scrolled wrong. Okay. Let me find my place. Oopsie. There's square on your bingo board you can mark off. Wife accidentally
we forgot to share the bingo board.
I know.
I'm sorry, everybody.
So I looked up, and there before me was a ram with 2 horns standing beside the canal.
Well, at least it's not got like multiple heads yet or anything.
And the horns were long.
They were, okay, yeah.
One of the horns was longer than the other, but grew up later. I watched the ram as it charged toward the west and the north and the south.
Oh, okay. Wait, was he watching the horn grow out of the ram?
Well, yeah.
What do you mean grew up later?
It grew up later. It started small, and then it was not small anymore.
All right, okay.
I don't know.
And now it's charging in different okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just trying to...
It's going all these different directions except for east. It didn't go east.
Okay.
No animal could stand against it, and none could rescue from its power.
It's one mighty ram.
It's a good ram.
Yeah.
It did as it pleased and became great. Okay. Now, I want to say something here about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Daniel's vision is of a 2-horned ram destroyed by... Oh, we're not there yet.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
Okay.
I'll get there in a minute.
Sure.
I was ahead of myself in my notes, as I do. Okay. The 1-horned ram. No, the 2-horned ram.
2-horned, yeah.
Okay.
It's 1 horns later. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. We're about to get into the 1 horn.
The 1 horn's now. The other one's later,
Yeah.
That's all.
As I was thinking about this, the horn or the ram.
Was he thinking about it in the middle of his dream, or did he think about it after his dream, I wonder?
During the dream.
Can you think about something in the middle of a dream? Aren't you already...
It's a vision, not a dream.
Oh,
so yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all
he
right.
was thinking.
So this is not a dream. The last one was a dream, though, wasn't it?
I believe so, but I could be wrong.
Got it.
I don't remember.
Right.
As I was thinking about this fucking ram that's running all over the fucking place, suddenly a goat with a prominent horn between its eyes came from the west.
I think we call those unicorns.
Unicorn? That would be a horse, though.
Unigoat?
This is a goat.
This is a unigoat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crossing the whole earth without touching the ground.
Whoa. That is a special fucking...
That's just weird.
Unigoated horn.
It's weird. I'm sorry.
Thing.
It came toward the 2-horned ram I had seen standing beside the canal and charged at it in great rage.
Oh.
I saw it attack the ram furiously, striking the ram and shattering its 2 horns.
Holy shit.
The ram was powerless to stand against it.
Wow.
The goat knocked it the fuck to the ground and trampled on it.
Okay.
And none could rescue the ram from its power.
Huh.
So the ram wasn't as great as I thought it was.
No.
Womp womp. The goat itself became very great, but at the height of its power, the large horn was broken off.
Oh. Okay.
And in its place, 4 prominent horns grew up toward the 4 winds of heaven. Out of one of them came another horn. So many horns. This goat's so horny.
This is so ridiculous.
But
what the fuck is happening here? Like, these images are just going through my brain. I'm like, okay, it's a goddamn unigoat, right?
Yeah.
And then that horn breaks off at some point, and now there's 4 horns growing out of it.
Yeah.
And then a horn grows out of a horn.
Yeah.
It's probably going to have eyeballs or something, because that's why we do this,
Well, the one that grew in the other one, it started small, but grew in power to the south and to the east and toward the beautiful land. Capital letters.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Capital beautiful, capital land.
Sure.
It grew until it reached the host of the heavens. And it threw some of the starry host down to the earth and trampled on them. What? Isn't starry host? That's like angels. You're telling me that this goat, it knocked some angels out of heaven and stomped on it? Okay.
This is a vision. It's a weird fucking vision. And again, I'm going to call bullshit on the symbolism is just too much here.
It's too many.
I get that you're trying to relate these to specific, people, not people, but tribes and
nations.
Powers and nations and all that. But it just doesn't really...
It doesn't work for me.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's too much. You just say what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too many. It set itself up to be as great as the commander of the army of the Lord. It took away the daily sacrifice from the Lord, and his sanctuary was thrown down. Because of rebellion, the Lord's people and the daily sacrifice were given over to it. It prospered in everything it did, and truth was thrown to the ground. All right, now I'm going to go back over here and read a bit of my notes.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see.
I am interested because I'm a little. It sounds like maybe we're talking about Babylon, but I don't really know.
Right. Okay, well, let me reread what I had said. Although chapter 8 is set during the reign of King Belshazzar, the subject of the vision is supposed by many to denote Antiochus Epiphanes and his oppression of the Jewish people during the 2nd century BCE.
Okay.
Daniel's vision is of a 2-horned ram destroyed by a one-horned he-goat, referring, as explained by the angel in the previous chapter, to the Persian and Grecian monarchies.
So Daniel's having a vision of something that's going to be happening in the time when the people that are writing the book of Daniel are writing the book of Daniel. Mm-hmm. That's amazing prophecy skills there. I'm just...
But the one-horned ram or the one-horned goat is actually the Persian and Grecian monarchies.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, this is followed by the history of the little horn, which, again, is thought by many to represent Daniel's code word for the Greek king Antiochus Epiphanes.
Okay.
As he outlawed Jewish customs such as...
Did they say Daniel's code word for this person in his vision that he doesn't actually know?
Yeah.
They're calling it a code word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't with this because this was written by people that were having it happen. This was written in the time when this thing was happening.
Sure.
We already know that because the people that study the Bible figured that shit out, right? And here we're saying that Daniel, were like the people that are apologists are like, this guy who really existed is giving a code word for this thing that he's prophesizing that's going to happen 400 years later. But we now know that this was written during that time, and it negates the entire idea of a prophecy at all with regard to this book.
Okay.
In my opinion.
No,
I just, like that, that's how I'm seeing it. So.
I agree with you. I'm just telling you what the notes say.
No, it makes me angry a little bit.
I could tell.
Yeah.
I could tell.
Sorry.
So anyway, this is thought by many to represent Daniel's code word for the Greek king Antiochus Epiphanes as he outlawed Jewish customs such as circumcision, the Jewish festival calendar, dietary restrictions, and Sabbath observance.
Okay.
He made ownership of the Torah scroll a capital offense and built an altar to Zeus in the temple. His program sparked a popular uprising which led to the retaking of Jerusalem and the temple by Judas Maccabeus.
Yeah.
Maccabeus.
Okay. Yeah.
And we're going to be reading
Maccabees.
about that dude.
Right.
Yeah. But others think that it seems more properly to apply to the Roman power in general, like not a specific name.
Okay.
By which the temple and civic spirit of the Jews were destroyed. So they think it's referring to a nation instead of a person. And I can see either way. And
I have a sneaking suspicion that if the Romans hadn't tried to subdue, Judaism, we might not have Christianity.
God damn it!
So I blame the Romans basically.
Fucking Romans. They can't do anything right as much as good as they did. Oof. All right, so remember when he's like, I saw a ram with 2 horns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was not a stretch to use a ram to represent the Medo-Persian Empire, as the ram was the national emblem of Persia and was stamped on Persian coins, as well as on the headdress of Persian emperors.
Okay.
And it's been said that the Persian ruler bore the head of a ram as he stood at the head of his army.
So if you take this story in the context of when it was actually written, and the symbols that were used to represent different societies and cultures and everything back then, it makes a lot more sense probably.
Yeah.
But the problem is that we're taking these things and we're translating them into, like, they don't get left there, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can take these ideas, you can say, oh, well, given that context, I can be like, okay, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like these stories are going to be taken out of context later to represent other things that we want them to represent.
Yeah.
And that's where I have an issue with some of these stories from Daniel, is that they're so vague that they have been taken to mean other meanings. Yeah. I feel.
Well, and it's hard to have a conversation with a Christian about these kinds of things because they're so predisposed to just be like, it's okay, and to excuse a lot of it.
Sure.
Like, I was trying to talk to my mom. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic here, but it's kind of relevant.
Yeah.
I was talking to my mom about how I didn't really think that a lot of the things that happened in the Bible were right or good. And the example that I gave was like when the dudes were carrying the Ark of the Covenant on the cart.
Justice for Uzzah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, the cart jostled and the Ark almost fell and touched the ground. So Uzzah reached over to help pick it up. And he got smoked for touching it. Because he's not a Levite.
Immediately.
Yeah. He's not a Levite, so fuck him.
Right? Yeah.
And I was like, that's really harsh punishment. And my mom goes, well, we actually just had a lesson about this conveniently. And there's more to that story. And I was like, okay, let's hear your more.
Sure.
And so she says, well, they were specifically instructed that only the Levites could carry it. And they had very specific... you know, they were supposed to put the poles through the rings and it wasn't supposed to be on the cart and blah, 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 blah. And so, you know, when this happened and he touched it, you know, that's the way it was. He got punished.
And that's the same argument I got from somebody online, too.
And so I was like, I hear every word that you're saying.
Yeah.
And that's still not okay, though.
Right.
Like, Uzzah was just there. Yeah. I don't know how involved he was.
Right.
But... he was literally trying to make sure that it doesn't touch the ground. And because
it's called a reaction.
Yeah. And because you say that, but God gave him instructions. Oh, well, you're saying that justifies his death. I go, Mom, that seems like a really harsh punishment. And she goes, well, it was, but you know, it makes perfect sense in context. And I was like,
no, it doesn't.
I have been instructed many things that I have neglected to do, and I have never been smited.
If you could describe to me what the harm of touching the ark or God's whatever, I don't care what it is. If it's, you know, where is the harm from someone who is not Levite accidentally touching that throne?
Well,
right?
it's not.
What is the harm that is going to be done?
It's not that he caused harm to it. The harm that he might or might not do is not the problem. It's that he disobeyed God. They all did. And so, and then another point that she brought up was that her pastor said, think of it this way, the whole group was disobeying God. And isn't it wonderful that he only smote one of them?
What do you mean they were all of them were disobeying God?
They were not carrying it properly.
Oh.
He gave them specific instructions and they were not carrying it properly. Therefore, fuck all of them. But instead of fucking all of them, I will be nice and only kill one of them for disobeying me. Aren't I a gracious God?
If I recall correctly, they were having trouble like finding the booklet of Moses or whatever that he had written down or whatever at this point. Mm-hmm. And I could be wrong. It's been a while since we've read that section, but they were bringing it back from somewhere. And I feel like they had lost the book that Moses had written.
Yeah.
And then it was refound at some point later on. And I remember we're like, oh, there it is.
Like, I think I recall, too, that it's not like they were sneaking away with it.
Right.
Like, I think that they were trying to protect it, ?
Sure.
Something like that. Or move it to wherever they were going.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't a nefarious act. And I cannot get down with it's fine to smite people.
Right. No, I can't either.
Not over something that's legalistic and stupid.
Right.
Like, you did not you didn't dot your I, so
you're dead.
You get killed.
Yeah.
You're dead. And the survivors around you, you be grateful I didn't kill all of you for that mistake.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, but we're getting back into abusive territory, you know?
Yeah.
Not okay.
No, that's not.
So I'm just, I can't be okay with this. So this whole story is just, blah. All right, I'm going on now. Okay. I lost my place again because I was going on.
I can't imagine how you did that.
All right, so a horn and it reached the heavens and blah, blah, blah. And, okay, it grew until it reached the host of the heavens, and it threw some of the starry host down to the earth and trampled them. It set itself up to be as great as the commander of the army of the Lord. It took away the daily sacrifice from the Lord, which, much like Antiochus Epiphanes did, and his sanctuary was thrown down. So you could see why
Yeah.
They refer to, maybe it was...
Sure. I still don't understand why God would let this happen, because that's essentially like the power that they describe that God has.
Mm-hmm.
God has to be letting this happen,
sure.
right? So there has to be a reason why he's letting this happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get into like it. This is where the whole thing gets muddled, is when you pick it apart and question each little thing and then try to put it all into a simple box. You can't, because there's no simple answer for history, right? History is going to encompass so many different things that have happened that you can't put them into a simple box. And if we're talking about a God who is a single entity who does certain things, it doesn't work out, historically speaking, because you can't put them all in the same fucking box.
Right.
And that's where we run into problems making God work, because if God does this here, he should do it here. But because history does it differently here than it did there, it doesn't happen the same.
Right.
Because it's not God. It's history.
Yeah.
It's
there's no consistency, therefore, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Right.
Because of the rebellion, the Lord's people and the daily sacrifice were given over to it. It prospered in everything it did, and truth was thrown to the ground. Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to him, "How long will it take for the vision to be fulfilled? The vision concerning the daily sacrifice, the rebellion that causes desolation, the surrender of the sanctuary, and the trampling underfoot of the Lord's people." He said to me, "It will take 2,300 evenings and mornings. Then the sanctuary will be reconsecrated."
2,300 evenings and mornings.
So that's 1,400 days. Wait, I can't math.
2,300 days.
No,
right?
no. Evenings and mornings. So cut that in half to get per day. Evenings and mornings is twice a day.
Well, there's only one evening and there's only one morning. They both happen in the same. You have a morning and an evening in a day. Right,
but if there's 2,300 evenings and mornings, that's not 2,300 days.
I don't agree with your math.
Okay.
I mean, because you would, if you had 2,300 days, you would have 2,300 evenings and you would have 2,300 mornings.
All right.
Is that, am I wrong? Or
maybe. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
So that's like 6.3 years.
That's a lot of years.
If we're talking about 2,300 days.
Okay.
Which is what it sounds like to me.
Okay.
So, and I could be wrong. But I feel like I'm right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm tentatively letting you have it.
Because I generally am right.
I'm tentatively letting you have it.
I hear you.
So anyway, while I, Daniel, was watching the vision and trying to understand it, there before me stood one who looked like a man. A man, finally. We get a man, not a goat or a ram. And I heard a man's voice calling from Ulai, calling, "Gabriel, tell this man the meaning of the vision." Oh, yes, please do.
Now we're specifically calling on a specific angel?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Gabriel's an angel.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
As he came near the place where I was standing, I was terrified and fell prostrate. "Son of man,
you mere human,
you fucking worm,"
right? He
said to me, "understand that the vision concerns the time of the end."
Oh.
Ooh,
okay.
Well. While he was speaking to me, I was in a deep sleep with my face to the ground. So I'm asleep in my vision.
Okay.
I'm dreaming in my vision.
Again, we're getting into some
meta
really
bullshit.
Weird shit here.
Yeah. Then he touched me and raised me to my feet. He said, "I'm going to tell you what will happen later in the time of wrath, because the vision concerns the appointed time of the end."
Okay.
"The two-horned ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia."
Okay.
Medea and Persia,
sure.
Whatever. "The shaggy goat is the king of Greece."
The shaggy goat. Yeah. Okay. All right. King of Greece.
"And the large horn between its eyes is the first king."
Okay.
"The four horns that replaced the one that was broken off represent four kingdoms that will emerge from his nation but will not have the same power. In the latter part of their reign, when rebels have become completely wicked, a fierce-looking king, a master of intrigue, will arise.
Okay.
He will become very strong, but not by his own power. He will cause astounding devastation and will succeed in whatever he does. I swear to God, they're talking about Trump. That fucker fails upward.
Right, yeah.
He will destroy those who are mighty, the holy people. He will cause deceit to prosper, and he will consider himself superior. I swear to God. When they feel secure, he will destroy many and take his stand against the capital P prince of princes.
Okay.
Yet he will be destroyed, but not by human power. The vision of the evenings and mornings that has been given you is true. But seal up the vision, for it concerns the distant future.
This is just a hypothesis, okay? I'm just throwing this out there, right? Mm-hmm. So what if, look, there's people that are stupid, and they just follow people because they have no, I don't mean to call them, I do mean to call them stupid. I'm not trying to degrade them for being stupid. I'm just saying that some people are going to follow regardless because they are drawn to power and they don't want to think for themselves exactly. And so they're just like, lead me, tell me what to do, right? But some people in power, some people that know better, mm-hmm. could it be the whole idea that the idea that they love Trump so much, right? Mm-hmm. Could it be that they think that this is part of the end times?
And so they're glomming onto them because they actually believe that he is this quote-unquote powerful figure of the future.
If you build it, they will come, right?
I mean, it could be because, my parents are very excited about the whole, Russia might invade Israel or something, and then that means the whole world is going against Israel, and apparently that's something that happens in Revelation. I don't know, because we're not there yet. Spoilers. Right. And then they're like, so we're very excited about the end of the world. End of days is awesome because we're getting raptured. I mean, fuck you, but we're getting raptured. Totally going to heaven.
It could explain why some of the groups of Christians that you would think would never even entertain supporting someone like Trump
or supporting him because
of
the time.
That was just it's just an offhanded thought that I had as we're going through this and we're talking about Trump sort of
right.
But is that a possibility? Do they possibly support him because he maybe represents in their minds
the end of days?
The end of days.
That is an interesting theory, and I wish it was stupid. I really do.
Yeah.
All right, so back to Daniel. This angel Gabriel said that this shit takes place in the distant future. So that gives them cover when shit doesn't happen for 2,000 plus years.
Yeah, right.
Distant future, far, far away.
Right.
Okay.
And this is the vagueness that I hate. Yeah, I'm like,
right.
Whatever. You can make this mean whatever you want.
Exactly. Okay, so now I, Daniel, was worn out. I lay exhausted for 7 days, as you do when you smoke too much and you have crazy visions. Then I got up and went about the king's business. I was appalled by the vision. It was beyond understanding. The end.
But you just told us what you understood.
Right.
You told us what it meant. So apparently it wasn't beyond understanding.
Right.
And why would you say that it's beyond understanding?
I have no idea.
Is this to acknowledge the fact that it's really weird and that it could mean whatever you want it to mean? It almost feels like the people that wrote it were like, you know what? What if we're wrong? What if we need to make this mean something else sometime? Mm-hmm. We could just put at the end of this, hey, it's beyond understanding.
Yeah.
It's God. This is God.
Who could know?
Right? And then you can just take it and you can be like, well, let's just make it mean this. Let's make it mean that. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Who cares? It's beyond understanding. It can mean whatever we want it to mean.
Sure.
And if the world doesn't end this decade, maybe next decade, maybe next century, possibly next millennia, I don't really know. Maybe 100 millennia from now. Whatever. Whenever it ends, that's the time they're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I have a few more notes that might help. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right.
Persia ruled till about 333 BCE when Alexander the Great came from the west and with unbelievable speed overran the Persian Empire.
Okay.
His Greek Empire was symbolized in Daniel's vision as a goat. with Alexander as the large horn between the goat's eyes.
Right.
But at the height of his power, when only 32 years of age, Alexander suddenly died. His empire soon split into 4 sectors, which is the 4 new horns. So this sounds very
relevant.
Horns.
This sounds very relevant,
yeah,
right?
The 4 new horns.
But it's also problematic if this is what is represented by this vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
The vision is automatically wrong because end times didn't happen, right?
No, they're coming.
Okay.
They're coming.
You can't talk about immediate events and then transition into, well, whenever the fuck it gets here, it doesn't really matter. Could be forever, I don't know.
Well, that's why. Okay, so Gabriel is saying, here's some vision stuff. Here's what it means. And the rest of the vision that we gave you, don't worry about that because that's distant future stuff that you don't need to worry about.
All right.
So I think that's what was happening there.
All right.
Okay, but I have some more.
It's annoying. Sorry.
It is very annoying.
Yeah.
But I have some more notes. Okay. So one of these sectors was centered on Syria. From this sector, there arose many years later a king, a little horn, who attacked God's people and even God himself, the stars of heaven and the prince of those stars, like the what is it, heavenly celestial legion?
Sure.
Is that what
whatever they were?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. This king, Antiochus Epiphanes, stopped the regular sacrifices that the Jews offered each morning and evening, set up Greek idols and a heathen altar in their holy temple, and forced the Jews to carry out practices that he knew their law prohibited. This attack on the Jewish religion lasted more than 3 years, which was 1,150 days or 2,300 morning and evening sacrifices.
Okay. All right.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
1,150 days or 2,300 morning and evening sacrifices.
Okay.
So that's where I got my math.
So what? Okay. So it is cut in half then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because they were talking about the sacrifices, the morning and evening sacrifices. There were 2,300 sacrifices. So, 2 per day. So if you have 2,300 sacrifices, cut it in half.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that's why my math was right.
You were right.
Yeah. So what do you say?
You were right. I was wrong.
And what else?
That's.
I'm pretty and you're ugly. I'm smart and you're stupid. That's what you're supposed to say.
Sure.
But we're on mic, so you won't. It came to an end, not our marriage, but this this situation.
Yeah.
In 165 BCE, when the Jews regained control of their temple, they then cleansed and rededicated it to the holy worship of God.
Okay.
An interpreting angel named Gabriel then set out to explain to the frightened Daniel the meaning of the vision of the ram and the goat.
Yeah.
Which, we're like, hey, thanks, I appreciate that.
Right.
But first, the But first, the Medo-Persian and Greek empires had to be established. Cruel, cunning, arrogant, and powerful, Antiochus would slaughter the Jews, defile the temple, and blaspheme God. But God, in his time, would destroy him. And then Gabriel revealed to Daniel that the terrifying events would not take place for some time. This, however, was small comfort, and for several days Daniel lay sick and depressed at the thought of what lay ahead for his people. The end. Okay?
Okay.
So
yeah,
I needed all of those because I did not understand.
No, I agree. I get it, right? I understand that they're representing certain things. I think the problem really comes into full view with regard to the symbolism that they're using is stuff that would have been much better known back when they were writing this stuff.
Okay, you know what's happening here? It's an age gap.
Right.
It's boomers trying to read the memes that Gen Z finds hilarious. And even when boomers are like, oh, I see your skivvy toilet or whatever, they're like, I see the word and I still don't know what it means.
Right.
And then when Gen Z is like, it just doesn't. It's stupid and it's funny. Like, it doesn't translate. So what we have here is not just like an entire between Boomer and Gen Z, or actually I think it's Gen Alpha that did the skivvy toilet,
sure,
a generation
whatever.
past Gen Z. But whatever.
I think what you're getting at is that we have a failure to communicate.
Yes, we do.
Harking back to Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
did we talk about that in the Discord, or was that during the podcast?
Oh, you know what? It was during the Discord, not the live cast. My bad.
That's the problem with doing a live. You can never remember what you talked about where.
So I'll just explain what we were talking about. Right. Unsurprisingly, I could not find where I was in my notes.
Yeah.
And so I was singing, "Where do I go? Where do I go now?" And still couldn't find my notes, but that's not the point. And then so you started talking about Guns N' Roses and how you were very excited to have obtained Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 in spite of the parental blah, 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 blah. And so that's why we were harkening back to that.
It was a whole live thing. You guys would have been privy to the whole thing had you been here.
Yeah.
On the live that we're doing right now. Well, not right now because you're listening to this not live. So
unless you are live,
then it is right now. So either way, thank you, or get your ass over here.
Right.
Whichever one applies to you, that's the one you should do.
Yeah.
Show notes. Go down to the show notes.
And you know who you are. You know who you are.
You know who the fuck you are.
Right.
So just do it. Do we have anything else to cover?
That's fucking it.
All right, so another crazy dream by Daniel. I will be heavily looking forward to the Q&A this week because Jesus Christ,
it's a mess.
Oh, it really is. All right, thank you guys for joining us, and we will be back tomorrow with
Daniel chapter 9.
All right, we'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Oh, I hate chapter 9. Do you know where we are and how we got here?
What? Yeah, that was a really weird start.
Well, it's just that this chapter had so much to it. I hate it. But do you know how we got here?
Yeah, we read Daniel chapter 8 yesterday.
We did. What happened?
So in that chapter, we covered Daniel and his visions.
Yeah.
And there was a let's see.
There were horns.
There were horns. There was lots of horns. There was a ram.
There was a ram and a goat.
And there was a unigoat.
A unigoat.
Unigoat that then turned into a quadrigoat. Yeah. Yeah. And then it grew some other horn too, maybe like on top of one of the other horns, maybe.
One of the horns grew a horn.
Yeah. And
the horn went all the way up to heaven or some shit.
Yeah, sure. Good shit. Obviously we're still talking about symbolism and nations killing other nations and destroying them and rising up and ancient ones and gods, and I don't fucking know what's going on at this point. So it's a crazy vision mess.
Yeah, that's
is what I'm gathering.
I feel about this chapter that we're about to read.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I started out like, do you know?
Got it. Yeah.
It's making me tired.
So, I mean, as we've been reading through them, I can you've been supplying enough notes that I'm like, okay.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But
that's the thing, though. Like, I have to supply so many notes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I have no clue what's happening.
Right. You couldn't. I don't think anybody could just read these chapters and be like, yeah, that made sense. Because it doesn't fucking make sense.
I guess from a history perspective, it is forcing us to learn a lot about what's happening in that area during that time.
Yeah, but it's also forcing us to take the main view on what those histories mean, right? Like we're relying on other people to tell us what these things mean, and we can't take it from a first source because there is no first source other than the Bible.
Okay, well, you're right. You're not wrong.
Right.
But what I was referring to is, as we're reading this and we're like, wait, who did what? Then we're learning about, like Babylon and what they were doing.
Yeah,
and so when I bring notes about Babylon, I'm telling you what Babylon did, not from the Bible perspective.
And I appreciate that, but I don't appreciate the vagueness of these prophecies and how we have to. Like, it's like they're muddled on purpose.
Yeah.
They are not clear so that they can be whatever somebody wants them to be. They obviously meant for them to mean a certain thing when they wrote them, but they wrote them in such a way that if they're wrong, they didn't necessarily have to be wrong.
At the very best, they did not translate well, and they did not last over time.
Right.
And that is frustrating when I'm just trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you say they don't last over time, but Christians do say they last over time because they reinterpret them to mean whatever they want. And that's the part that's frustrating me.
Yeah, I'm not worried about those fucks, honestly.
Well, we should be, though.
No, I know.
Given the current state of our nation and everything that's going on.
You're right, and that is why we're reading this.
Right.
I'm just so irritated with them that I'm just like, fuck all y'all and your interpretations.
I don't disagree with you. I just... that's why we're dealing with this entire thing to begin with, as you said.
Right.
And unfortunately, part of that is trying to understand these prophecies and then how we got to our modern, somewhat interpretations of what these might mean. And even those interpretations, though, today are a little bit muddled depending on who you're talking to about them, right? Like they could mean different things in any number of different sects. So...
You said sex.
Sects.
I know.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, this chapter is going to have more Christian stuff in it that isn't Christian because Christ wasn't born yet.
Right, yeah.
But,
yeah.
But
it's
that
there.
Stuff.
It's, yeah. Okay. So that was Daniel chapter 8.
Sure as fuck was.
And as you already let us know, what today we're reading...
Daniel chapter 9.
Right, let's do this.
Okay. All right, let's hop into Daniel chapter 9.
Or Daniel chapter 9.
Well, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
I always start by talking about how this book can be divided into two parts. One, a set of 6 court tales in chapters 1 through 6, written mostly in Aramaic.
Okay.
And 2, 4 apocalyptic visions in chapters 7 through 12, written mostly in Hebrew, and those are the ones that we're in, the apocalyptic visions. And how.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'm kind of split between let's just start reading the chapter versus should I read this whole history thing. So I'm just going to start reading it, and then when we get to a what the fuck's happening, then we're going to switch over to my history and my notes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I had to take down some history because whatever. You'll see.
Sure.
It's too many. It's too much.
Okay.
It's too far.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Daniel chapter 9.
Right.
In the first year of Darius, son of Xerxes, a Mede by descent.
Okay.
Who was made ruler over the Babylonian kingdom. Okay. So in that first year. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood from the scriptures, according to the word of the Lord given to Jeremiah the prophet. Remember that guy?
I do. The traitor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That the desolation of Jerusalem would last 70 years.
Yes. That's what he said.
That is what he said.
Yep.
So I, Daniel, turned to the Lord God and pleaded with him in prayer and petition, in fasting, and in sackcloth and ashes.
Oh, okay.
So he's like, please.
To make it the 70 years?
Don't do 70. Okay, well, here we go. He's going to tell us what he prayed.
Got it, yeah.
I, Daniel, prayed to the Lord my God and confessed, Lord, the great and awesome God who keeps his covenant of love with those who love him and keep his commandments.
Yeah.
Oh, we have sinned and done wrong. Oh my gosh, we're horrible. We're worms.
Okay.
We have been wicked and have rebelled. We have turned away from your commands and laws. Please flog us, please. I love getting beat by God. We have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princes, and our ancestors, and to all the people of the land. Lord, you're righteous. But this day...
I might argue that point.
Yeah, I'm going to push back on that guy.
Right.
But this day we are covered with shame. I'm not, but okay.
Yeah. The
people of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem and all Israel, both near and far, in all the countries where you have scattered us, scattered, smothered, covered, because of our unfaithfulness to you.
Okay.
That's why bad things happen to us.
Well, I mean, that's what because, you know, it was always about the worshiping of other idols and all that kind of stuff, which they blame on unfaithfulness. So obviously that means you should all die and get scattered all over the place.
Yeah, because every bad thing that happens to you, obviously you had it coming.
I mean, that's what God seems to think.
I mean, that is why children die. They had it coming. Those little fuckers shouldn't have picked their nose or whatever they did. I mean, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's you cannot attribute righteousness to a God that allows things that happen in this world to happen.
Right.
You just can't.
Right. It clearly, I mean, I've heard this thing, like either God is great or God is good, but he cannot possibly be both.
Right.
And for reasons that I think we've already had this discussion.
There's a quote, I can't remember the exact quote off the top of my head, but it's an Epicurean quote that says that, I would have to look it up, but it says exactly, basically, like if God is omniscient, he does this. If he's omnipotent, he does this, and like these things cannot, like you cannot have. They all contradict what happens in the world.
Right.
Every single instance, either it contradicts the fact that there is a God, or that God is a dick and allows these things to happen.
Right. Exactly.
There's no other answer other than those things.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why he can't be both great and good at the same time.
And I want to say that maybe that's not an Epicurean quote exactly. It's attributed to him often in memes, and I didn't even quote it, but I'm just saying, if you look up Epicurean quote with regard to God, you'll probably find what I'm talking about. So
yeah. Regardless, the whole thing is irritating.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And I apologize for my lack of enthusiasm. A, it's really late while we're recording this, and I'm super tired because it's been a long day. B, this chapter is kicking my ass. C, this book is kicking my ass.
Right.
Okay?
While we're at it, talking about things kicking our ass and tired, I might as well say it now. We suck, and we didn't get our Patreon second part done. That's still pending.
It's ready. It's just not recorded.
No. I know. Technically, it was my day off today, but I didn't end up with a day off. So
no, you went to work.
I went to work today. Yeah.
That's the way that goes. So, yay. All right, back to this stupid book.
Yeah.
We, continued Daniel, and our kings, our princes, and our ancestors are covered with shame, Lord. Just, covered in it.
Yeah.
Because we have sinned against you.
Okay.
The Lord our God is merciful and forgiving. Don't forget to forgive us and be merciful.
I mean, after he kills a lot of people, he comes back and is sort of merciful, I guess, for a bit.
Is that what we call that? Okay.
It seems that that's the MO. He kills a lot of people, and then he's like, and you 5 can live.
But not us 5. Yay! How merciful.
Right.
Even though we have rebelled against him, he's so fucking merciful.
I find that's strong wording, rebelling against God.
Yeah.
I don't really think they're rebelling against God.
They didn't rebel. They merely didn't give a shit.
Right. I think that most of the people in this time and age were probably believed in multiple gods. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how Judaism started to begin with the whole El idea and everything. That it was based on a multiple god structure. Mm-hmm. And they're remnants of other cultures and other religions that have kind of come to be what is now Judaism and Christianity. Mm-hmm. But the people back in ancient times had no idea what was happening. They're just like, well, we've always done this, so we're going to continue to do it.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah, they weren't like actively thumbing their nose. They were actually just getting up in the morning and putting on their pants and trying to live.
Right. And God only ever talks to these like random people and expects you to believe these 5 random people he's picked.
Yeah. It's just so weird and dumb.
It really is.
Anyway, Daniel continues, we have not obeyed the Lord our God or kept the laws he gave us through his servants, the prophets.
Okay.
We suck so hard. Yeah. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned away, refusing to obey you. You know how we be. Therefore, the curses and sworn judgments written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out on us because we have sinned against you. This is getting real sick. You have fulfilled the words spoken against us and against our rulers by bringing on us great disaster. Mm-hmm. Under the whole heaven, nothing has ever been done like what has been done to Jerusalem.
This just feels like a recounting of what was prophesied back during Jeremiah and Ezekiel times.
It basically is.
Yeah, shit's going to happen. You guys sucked, and here we are.
And then guess what? That shit happened.
Right.
And now, nothing like this ever happened to anybody else. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but it did, though.
Right.
Like, okay, I am not poo-pooing on the Jewish Holocaust. That is a thing that did not happen to other people, maybe. You know? Like,
okay.
Like, I'm not being a Holocaust denier.
No,
Holy shit.
I wanted you to clarify.
Yeah, you're looking at me like, the fuck are you saying?
You need to clarify.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is right now they're like, nobody else has ever been defeated by other people and got flogged or whatever. And I'm like, no, but they did, though. Yeah. Every single nation that was there and fighting for dominance, they all got smacked by each other.
Right.
That's why y'all got smothered, covered, you know?
Sure.
Scattered.
Yeah.
So to say that nothing like this ever happened is just so like victimization and just like, who are you?
Right.
And I was saying that I don't deny that the Holocaust happened to them and that is a tragic thing that came way later.
Yes.
So they can say nothing like that has ever happened to anybody else, and we've suffered through the ages, and that's fine, right? Jewish people today can say that, and I got no beef with them saying that. Okay?
Right.
But these people back then, I got beef with them saying that because they were not treated any worse than any other nation that got defeated by others.
Right.
I mean, they were all killing each other.
Yeah. No, I agree.
All doing land grabs. They were all like tribal about which god was big.
For sure.
So I'm sorry. I cannot sympathize with this. So
right. Well, we could if they didn't act like it was unique to their culture completely.
That's
right.
What I mean.
They're speaking from a very one-sided viewpoint of history and events. And,
self-centric.
Yeah.
Like only us.
And I get it.
We're the middle of the universe.
Right. And I do get it. Like, I mean, in this time, why wouldn't you be very self-centric with regard to your community and your tribe and everything else? Because there's not a lot of things else out in the world, and your world is smaller than our world would be.
Sure.
They don't have, cars. They don't have internet. They don't have telephones.
I know that I am judging them through the eyes of today. I recognize that. I unfortunately have eyes of today and do not know how to make them not be judgy.
Well, that's why I'm trying to bring it back a little bit and say that their world was basically their community. It didn't extend much further than that for most people.
No, and I get that. I guess I just wish that like we could read literature from every other little tribe from back then, and I bet they would all read the same. Our God is so mean and did so many terrible things to us, and we're the only ones that this ever happened to. And
no, I agree. I think that's probably very true. It's just that there are certain, few religions that are more prominent now than others, and that's why we don't really talk about the other ones, because most of them are dead religions or very close to dead religions. We have the major religions out there, and that's about it.
Or they're like harmless, and so
sure.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'm sorry. I'm just so annoyed with this book.
Okay.
The Bible.
Yeah.
And Daniel.
Right.
Just, continued Daniel, as it is written in the law of Moses, all this disaster has come on us, yet we have not sought the favor of the Lord our God by turning from our sins and giving attention to your truth.
Okay.
The Lord did not hesitate to bring the disaster on us, for the Lord our God is righteous in everything he does. He's a righteous man.
If I recall correctly, and I could be misremembering, but it seems like either in Ezekiel or Jeremiah, God said that he was going to change the hearts of the Israelites when the 70 years was up and bring them back. Mostly because he was concerned about what his neighbors thought.
Yeah, he was worried about his name.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oy."
Which makes me think that this whole, going on and on and on about how they don't worship the right gods and how they're not true to him. It's kind of pointless. Like if your God doesn't really give a shit and he's just like, the neighbors think we suck, so I'm going to fix this.
Right.
That's not a reason to fix anything. Yeah. You know, like that's bullshit.
Prideful and sad.
Yeah.
Narcissistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. We've covered all this before.
Right.
Okay, so he's righteous in everything he does, continued Daniel, yet we have not obeyed him. Now, Lord our God, who brought your people out of Egypt with a mighty hand and who made for yourself a name that endures to this day, we have sinned and have done wrong, period.
Okay.
Lord, in keeping with all your righteous acts, turn away your anger and your wrath from Jerusalem, your city, your holy hill. Our sins and the iniquities of our ancestors have made Jerusalem and your people an object of scorn to all those around us. Yeah, that's it. Good. Right. Attack them where it hurts.
Yeah.
We look bad, and that makes you look bad. It
seems to work. Like giving him that idea that other people think badly of you seems to work with God.
Yeah. Don't take pity on us for pity's sake. We know how much we deserve to be smacked around, and we know how much you love killing us and stuff.
Right.
But right now, people think that you look ugly.
Yeah.
So can you help us, please?
I do have to say this whole chapter that we're reading seems ill-placed. It doesn't really feel like it fits the whole Daniel narrative.
Well, there's a break that we're coming up on, and then it gets into the vision, which is he has to pray first.
Okay.
And then he has a vision.
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Now, our God, hear the prayers and petitions of your servant, Daniel.
Yeah.
For your sake, Lord, look with favor on your desolate sanctuary. Give ear, our God, and hear. Open your eyes and see the desolation of the city that bears your name. We do not make requests of you because we are righteous, but because of your great mercy. The self-deprecation is just so over the top.
Yeah.
Lord, listen. Lord, forgive. Lord, hear and act. For your sake, my God, do not delay because your city and your people bear your name. Call now. Operators are standing by. I'm sorry.
No,
he said don't delay, and I just couldn't.
That fit really well. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to get into Vision Land.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Good stuff.
I hope there's wheels.
I hope there's more horns.
Eyes and wheels and horns.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. This one is called The Prophecy of the 70 Weeks.
The 70 weeks.
70 weeks. And there is so much argument over how long that is because they used a different calendar.
Okay.
And, yeah, anyway.
Does it matter?
It does. Because several, quote unquote, scholars, by which I mean Christian apologists, have mathed it so fucking hard that they just were ecstatic and probably came in their pants to when they figured out that they could math it to where the 70 years started on this day and ended when Christ.
Oh,
yeah, okay. Yeah.
So we're going back to the prophecies of 70 years, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do we call it? Or why is it 70 weeks?
I don't know.
But it does say 70 week prophecy?
It's 70 weeks.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some shit coming up. There's math coming up.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's not just the 70 weeks, but there's some math coming up, and it's just, ugh.
Why have we got to do math in the Bible? That's dumb.
I don't know.
All right.
I have notes on it.
Yeah.
That's how I know. And I was just like, ugh.
Yeah. All right.
While I was speaking and praying, Daniel tells us, confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, thank you for apologizing on my behalf.
Right.
You go ahead and do that, sir.
Yeah.
And making my request to the Lord my God for his holy hill, while I was, still in prayer.
Right.
My pal Gabriel, the man I had seen in the earlier vision, last chapter.
Right.
Yeah. He came to me in swift flight. So I guess he got wings.
I guess so. Sounds like, Daniel has an imaginary friend. That's what it's starting to sound like.
It sounds like he is in tight with Gabriel.
Or very delusional about somebody that's named Gabriel.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that dude that I had seen in the earlier vision, he came to me in swift flight about the time of the evening sacrifice.
Okay.
He instructed me and said to me, "Hey, Daniel, I have now come to give you insight and understanding."
All right.
As soon as you began to pray, a word went out for which I have come to tell you, for you are highly esteemed. So you prayed so fucking hard that the
God
angels were all, well, the angels at least were all aflutter.
Right.
Our feathers were just quaking.
That's some hard-ass praying.
Right?
Yeah.
Therefore, says Gabriel.
Yeah.
Consider the word and understand the vision. Here we go.
All right.
77s are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression.
77s. Okay.
How many sevens? 70. Okay. To put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. Okay. Capital M, capital H, capital P. MHP, most holy place.
Oh, okay. All right, so the 70 weeks is sounding like maybe they're saying Gabriel's telling him, "Hey, you got 70 weeks to get your shit in order, and that's when everything's going to happen."
Maybe. Okay. I'm not sure.
All right.
No one understand this. He's going to tell us.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not be clear, but he's going to tell us.
Right.
From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. Yeah, because they're allowed to rebuild now,
right?
Because Cyrus
is Cyrus? I thought Darius was in charge when we started this chapter, or was that just last chapter?
That was last chapter.
We're assuming Cyrus is in charge now.
I guess.
I don't think that's been covered specifically.
I think we're back to later now. You know what I mean?
No, I get that we're later, but you would think that a character like Cyrus, who was prominent earlier on in prophecies that obviously were written after the fact. But this person was very prominent, and now we're not even mentioning the fact that he's there necessarily. Right. So that's just, it's odd to me, that's all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I've got notes on it. We'll read the notes and see if you can make sense of it.
Sure.
Okay. So no one understand this, says Gabriel. From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, from then until the anointed one, you know who that is.
Jesus in the Christian sense. Yeah.
The ruler, an anointed one is capital A, capital O.
Oh, right.
The ruler.
Yeah, right.
Until until that individual whose gender I don't know because they are magical comes.
Yeah.
There will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. Okay? I mean,
no, not okay.
You drink 7 and 7s.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, I do like 7 and 7s.
It will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. After the 62 sevens, the capital anointed capital one will be put to death and will have nothing.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm assuming this is what people would attribute to the, where Jesus was put up on the cross.
Gabriel's totally prophesying, giving a prophecy.
Yeah.
Prophesying, he's fortune telling about Jesus.
Right.
Yes. The people of the ruler who will come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. Womp womp.
Okay.
The end will come like a flood. War will continue until the end, and desolations have been decreed. He will confirm a covenant with many for 1 7. In the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering.
Oh, this is so bad.
And at the temple, he will set up an abomination that causes desolation.
Well, how do they refer? How does God? What did Jesus do that did that?
Until the end that is decreed is poured out on him. The end. You cut me off mid-sentence.
No, I did. Because I'm not understanding what's going on here.
What's an abomination that causes desolation?
The way I'm understanding this is that the 7s are, and based on the title of the chapter, I guess, these are a week, right?
I would think.
So that we're not talking like long-term, way out there type thing. And unless we're starting somewhere way out there, and then once that starts, that's 70 weeks from there. I don't know what's going on. Well, because part of this is returning. Part of the prophecy is them returning to the the promised land, which happens after the 70 years because there's the return from exile, right?
Yeah.
So that bit happens. And if we go from there forward by 70 weeks, you're nowhere near modern times. And some of the you're not even anywhere near Jesus.
I don't know. Let's read the notes and see what happens. Okay. So first we got to go back a little bit and recover some history.
Okay. Yeah.
So Nebuchadnezzar defeated Assyria at Haran under Ashur-uballit, who was unsuccessfully assisted by Necho of Egypt.
Okay. Yeah.
It was at this event that Josiah lost his life. Remember all this? Jehoahaz of Judah replaced him, but Necho of Egypt replaced him with Joachim and exacted 3 years of servitude and tribute. 4 years later, Necho returned and lost again at the Battle of Carchemish in 605 BCE, and Nebuchadnezzar finally established the Babylonian Empire as dominant.
Okay. Yeah.
Following a revolt in 597 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar deposed Judah's king Joachim and installed Joachim for 3 months.
Sure.
But his rebelliousness brought Nebuchadnezzar back. Joachim surrendered, and this saw the first roundup of captives, including Daniel. Okay?
Right.
Okay. Nebuchadnezzar finally installed Zedekiah, who lasted 11 years. But remember, he was I said pumpkin king, but I meant he was the puppet king.
Yes.
Okay. After a second revolt in 586 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the city of Jerusalem, including the Temple of Solomon, carrying away much of the population to Babylon.
Yep.
Okay, so we're good so far. We're gold. We're Gucci.
Sure.
As the kids say.
Do they say that?
They do.
Really? They use Gucci?
Yeah.
I thought that was an older. I thought that was us.
Says that.
I thought we used that a little bit in our generation.
I never used that, and I never heard it till kids started saying it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. All right.
Then came the Babylonian exile, 586 to 538 BCE.
Sure. Okay.
Which came to an end when Babylon was conquered by Persian king Cyrus.
Right.
Who allowed the Jewish exiles to return to Judah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good. We know all this.
Yeah.
The Persian period came to an end in the first half of the 4th century BCE at the arrival of Alexander the Great, whose vast kingdom was divided upon his death among rival successors.
Okay.
So that sucked.
Yeah.
The series of conflicts that ensued following Alexander's death and the wars that erupted among his successors marked the beginning of the Hellenistic period. That's the Greeks.
Okay.
323, 322-ish BCE. Okay.
Got it.
So that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
2 rival kingdoms, Egypt and Syria, fought for control of Palestine during this period.
Right, because it was between them, essentially.
Yeah. So they were the dominant forces at that time.
Got it.
So I'm just catching us up, and this was helpful to me.
Yeah.
At the start of the 2nd century BCE, Syria had the upper hand in their struggle with Egypt for dominance, but earlier conflicts had left them nearly bankrupt.
The Syrians? Okay.
Syrian ruler Antiochus attempted to recoup some of his kingdom's fortunes by selling the post of Jewish high priest to the highest bidder. I did not know that.
All right. That's interesting.
Right? Yeah. In about 171, 170 BCE, the existing high priest, Onias, was deposed and murdered.
Whoa.
Right?
Yeah.
Palestine was then divided between those who favored the Hellenistic culture of Syria versus those who remained loyal to older Jewish traditions.
So religious war. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
For reasons still not understood today, Antiochus banned key aspects of traditional Jewish religion, which we kind of read about yesterday.
Right.
In 168 to 167-ish BCE, including the twice daily continual offerings. Remember all that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, we're going to continue on through the notes here. And so we may cover a little bit of stuff that we already covered. But again, this is just to help catch us up.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has been argued that there is a pre-Maccabean writing style to the revelation that was delivered by Gabriel in verses 24 through 27.
Okay. Yeah.
Which, I mean, that tracks. Additionally, certain linguistic inconsistencies between the 70 weeks prophecy and other Danielic passages, so Daniel passages, suggest that the 2nd century BCE authors and or redactors of the book of Daniel took over and modified a pre-existing oracle that was already in circulation at the time of composition, which, again, that tracks.
Right.
These ideas have been further developed to suggest that the different redactional layers represented in this text reflect different eschatological perspectives. And that means like the way that the words are phrased and stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the earliest one going back to a priest named Daniel who accompanied Ezra from Babylon to Jerusalem in the 5th century BCE. And the latest one to an unnamed redactor who edited this prophecy in the 2nd century BCE so that it would function along with other parts of the book of Daniel as part of a prophetic manifesto for world domination.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Boom.
And they're like, these are apologists admitting that it's been edited, right? Or are these scholars?
No, these are scholars.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, the apologists are like, no. Daniel wrote it and it's perfect.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
All
right. Carrying on with the notes. Persia conquered Babylon in 539 BCE, and Darius was placed in charge of the newly conquered territory. The Jews' 70 years captivity in Babylon, which Jeremiah had predicted, was now almost complete, and Daniel looked for their return to their homeland. Okay, so I'm going to read the first verse. Says, in the first year of Darius, son of Xerxes, a Mede by descent, who was made ruler over the Babylonian kingdom. This is the same Darius the Mede from chapter 5, who succeeded Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans.
Right.
Even though we're like, but who is Darius? We don't even know.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. Like, whatever. All right, so let me just continue scrolling down through to my notes here. Back to their land. Okay. The lengthy prayer in verses 3 through 19. That's the one where he's like, oh, God, we suck so hard. Oh, God, you're awesome. Except, hit us. Hit me again, bitch. Okay. That lengthy prayer is strongly Deuteronomic in its theology.
Felt very much like that. So.
Yeah. It's so interesting that we can be like, this feels like Deuteronomy.
Well, there's certain, when you're reading it through, there's a lot of styles that kind of stand out. And, I can see how the people that do linguistic analysis on these books are able to figure out, hey, this was probably written here and this was
these
written there.
Match this and those match those.
Because there are ideas that very much align with this, that, or the other.
Right.
Now, it would get a little bit difficult. Like, we're talking about Daniel right now, right? And they're referencing the fact that there are parts in here that are from the what do you call it? The
Deuteronomical.
Yeah, the Deuteronomic, whatever.
Yeah.
That thing. And so, but the books were written in like the 200s BCE, right? So obviously this was people studying that and then using those ideas to create a tie-in to earlier books of the Bible, because they're trying to create things that match, right?
They're trying to complete the circle and make sure that any prophecies and loose ends are all tied up, which is funny because then that's what the New Testament does to Daniel.
Sure. So definitely.
Just like this continuous loop-de-loop.
Yeah.
All right, so that lengthy prayer is strongly Deuteronomic in its theology. Daniel's people are punished for their own sin and appeal to God for mercy.
Right.
However, such theological overtones conflict with other aspects of the book of Daniel in which the primary sin is that of a Gentile king and the course of history is arranged in advance. Okay.
All right.
So, like, his prayer is weird because it's like, we've already predicted this. Well, it's already coming.
Yeah, and it's even contrary. Like, there was the whole idea of being forgiven for sin in Ezekiel that came up. So, like, we just got done with that book.
Yeah.
So it contradicts quite a bit with regard to how it's going back to some of the earlier ideas.
Exactly. Consequently, some scholars have argued that the angel ignores Daniel's prayer and that the author is making the point that, quote, the calamity is decreed and will end at the appointed time, quite apart from the prayers, and that the prayer is not intended to influence God, but is just merely an act of piety in and of itself.
Okay.
So,
I mean, that would be my best explanation if I were trying to explain it away, because that's the only thing that really jives with the rest of the shit that we've read. You know, they've said that God is going to bring them back, not for any reason that they do, but just because he's sick of being, you know, chastised and looked down on.
Right.
So.
Exactly. All right. And now we get into some maths. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly no other portion of the Bible has produced as many interpretations as Daniel's 70 weeks.
I bet.
This is for two main reasons. First, it's not clear who or what many of the symbols or statements refer to when they were doing the translation.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second, if a week equals 7 years, the timetable of 490 years does not correspond exactly with the historical record of events, no matter what meaning we give to the symbols or what method of chronological reckoning we use.
Right.
So they weren't using actual weeks as weeks. They were 7 sevens as 7 years.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But I mean, like you said, like that's 490 years and it doesn't work.
Right.
The following interpretation, which is only one among many possible explanations, does not attempt to draw up a timetable based on 70 lots of 7 years. Rather, it understands the 70 weeks as symbolic of the era about to dawn in answer to Daniel's prayer. So,
okay.
Rather than being specific, they're like, we are just trying to tell you the story. We're not trying to do the maths here. So we're just doing a very general, like, here's the basic story.
But
okay?
I have to say, if I'm an apologist,
this is not an apologist.
No. I get it. But if I am an apologist, right, I would want to take this section and make it work in, like, I would want it to flow.
Oh,
right?
I told you, there are some who have made it work.
Okay.
And their math tracks. Their math tracks, as long as they line it up exactly and they pick the start and stop dates.
And some of the meanings of the words.
Yes.
Because obviously it's just a dream, right? So we can interpret it however the fuck we want. Sure.
But they can make it flow and make it sound perfect.
All right.
And so for them, it works.
All right. I mean, I don't.
And how do you But how do you argue it?
Right. But that's part of the problem. You can't argue with someone that believes in the Bible or God because they already believe in something that we know not to be proven to exist.
Yeah.
So you're already starting off on a false premise.
Right.
You know?
They're using the word that they're looking up in the dictionary in the definition.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. So rather blah, blah, blah is symbolic. Okay. The 3 divisions within the 70 weeks are therefore seen as symbolic of 3 phases within that era.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
So with the Jews' return to their homeland, the old era of 70 years captivity in Babylon would end, and a new era of 70 weeks in Jerusalem would begin.
Okay. Yeah.
And again, weeks is in quotes because it's not actual weeks.
Right.
Okay. During this period, God would bring his age-long purposes to fulfillment. He would deal with sin finally and completely, and in its place would establish everlasting righteousness.
Well, that didn't work out.
Yeah.
No.
Through the arrival of the promised Messiah, God would set his seal of absolute authority upon the visions of the prophets, for their predictions had now come true. As for the Messiah himself, he would be exalted to his rightful place in the holy presence of God.
Okay.
I mean, you can just see how the Christians got where they were going.
Right.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
So, at the time of Gabriel's revelation to Daniel, Persia had just taken control of the Jewish exiles in Babylon, and the Persian king was about to issue a decree allowing the Jews to return to Jerusalem to rebuild their city and temple. And that was in chapter 1 of Ezra.
Got it.
And it was remember when Cyrus like gave his famous decree of his writ of something? I forget what it was called.
Sure.
But he was like, I love letting people go back to their lands, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Okay. Gabriel's message was that the first period, 7 weeks, would see the city and the temple largely rebuilt, but the next several hundred years, 62 weeks, would be a time of constant trouble for Israel. Okay.
Okay. I'm struggling with. No. The time frame is just not like this is weird.
It's not. Yeah. Just take it in and don't try to make it make sense.
Okay. All right.
So here's what happens after the first 69 weeks, which I don't know what that number means. Just like whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Following this time of trouble that I was just talking about, God's anointed one, the Messiah, would come in the 70th week, but his people would reject him and kill him.
Oh, geez.
How did that happen? Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it did.
Well, no, it did.
Oh, but they said his
guy.
people.
Yeah.
Those aren't his people. The Romans killed them.
Yeah, but, whatever.
I mean, not whatever. We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about, this religion that is really dominant in our country. And this is why I don't ever want to say whatever, because it's important when they get it wrong, especially when it comes to Jesus or God, that we pointed out.
Keep in mind, these people were not talking about Jesus specifically.
I know, but that's why it's important to point out, hey, you Christian, you're going to say that this is Jesus. I know you are, because that's how this whole thing rolls, That's how
this all gets put together in your head.
Yeah. So if that's the case, this doesn't work.
Right.
This is what happened wrong.
Yeah.
And it's, like I said, I think it's very important to call out these inconsistencies over and over and over again, because when you build them all up, like if somebody were to listen to our podcast and take all the times that we've sat here and said, that doesn't work, that would be a lot of shit. That would be a lot of things.
That would be a lengthy blooper reel
that someone would have to consider before they could get past whether or not they believe in God, right?
Yep.
And I kind of wish we had someone tracking when we said those things, so we could keep a log of just in a list form or something of all these things where we're like, that does not track.
Yeah. Nope.
So.
Okay, so after this, an enemy army would pour into Jerusalem like a flood, destroying both city and temple. And this predicted calamity occurred when the Roman armies under Titus destroyed Jerusalem in AD 70. Okay?
Yeah.
The Messiah would bring in a new covenant. In the middle of the 70th week, he would be killed and the Jewish sacrifices would cease forever. But in killing the Messiah, the Jews were preparing for their own punishment. They were going to bring upon themselves the awful horror and desolating abomination of ruthless Roman attack. They, as well as their city and temple, would be destroyed. The Romans would be I said Romans.
You did.
I know. Okay, let me say that again. The Romans would be so savage in their attack that they, too, would be punished.
Okay.
And then I copied this quote, and I don't know who to attribute it to because there was no attribution, but I just thought, you fucking arrogant fuck.
Yeah.
Here's the quote. How awfully blind are... No, let me read that again. How awfully are the Jews blinded who, in contradiction to so clear a prophecy, still expect the Messiah who was cut off and, after suffering, is entered into his glory. How can those people be so blind?
Yeah.
Jesus already came. Why are they waiting for a Messiah to come? He was already here, my friends. I'm just like, fuck off.
Right.
Their religion came first. Yours is stupider than theirs.
Yeah.
Yours is based on theirs. That's so dumb.
Well, I mean, not only theirs, but,
all the ones before.
Islam is too. So,
yeah.
Islam is based off of Judaism. And yeah, like you said just now, Judaism is based off of older religions still. So it all comes, whatever. It's all a mess. And I don't really know what else to say because that was really fucking...
I told you.
That was a lot.
It was painful, wasn't it?
And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I am tired as fuck.
I know you're sitting here with your eyes shut and I hate it.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to do that so I could just concentrate on your words and respond. And and doing so, I got even more tired. But I'm like, oh, okay.
I told you this shit was hard.
It was.
I just shoved everything across the table.
As you do.
As I do.
I'm surprised a cup didn't fall over and like spill all over the damn place.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Just a couple of times.
Well.
All right. Well, do you have anything else for us? Or?
I don't want anything else for us.
Okay. All right. So that was Daniel chapter 9.
Sure as fuck was.
And we will be back tomorrow with...
Daniel chapter 10.
That's the one. It comes after 9.
10 comes after 9.
That's the way that works.
Yeah. And we'll also get a Q&A out. And
then we might finish our Patreon eventually.
No, we're going to. It's ready to go. It just needs to be recorded.
I'm aware of that. I was just saying we haven't recorded it though, and
I know.
We're late. So
I know.
I'm saying we might get it eventually. That's all I'm saying.
No, we will get it
eventually.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of when.
Right, but we will get it.
I got it.
Don't say might.
No, we will. Yeah.
We will.
You're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, so we're gonna go now, and that was that, and we'll see you for Daniel chapter 10.
Have a horn.
Bye.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know where the hell we are and how the hell we got here?
Well, yesterday we read Daniel chapter 9, and in that chapter. There were 70 weeks that were 70 years long, that were 62 weeks, but there were 7 more, and then there was lots of 7s. And
not a lick of alcohol.
Jesus. I was so fucking math confused and time confused by the time we got done with yesterday's chapter that I don't even know what the fuck, which way's up or anything. What was going on? I'm like, I read the summary, like, so I summarize, I try to find a summary of the chapter that we just read every week
to refresh your memory.
Refresh my memory. And it didn't really occur to me that, so I was listening to what you were saying yesterday, but it didn't occur to me what was actually being said. I don't know why. Maybe I just droned it all, like it was all just like blended together. I'm not really sure. But apparently a week is a year.
Yeah, we talked about that.
So like
somehow you missed that part.
Somehow I missed that. So the summary that I'm reading says the first 7 weeks, 49 years, will see the rebuilding of Jerusalem and the temple. Thus, after 62 weeks, 434 years, an anointed one will be cut off, killed. Okay. And then the final week, which is 7 years, week year, who fucking cares? We'll see a ruler make a covenant with many, but break it halfway through. This ruler would desecrate the temple and set up an abomination that causes desolation. The end will come like a flood. There's your timeline, apparently. I don't know what the fuck they said weeks for. I don't understand any of this. Like, why are we talking about things in, like, code?
Yeah.
It makes no fucking sense. I'm a little angry about
I could
this
tell.
because
you're kind of mad.
Well, okay, look, it's bad enough we have to deal with like these visions and prophecies and bullshit with that, right? And like iron teeth and horns that grow horns and angels with wheels that have eyeballs. I mean, for fuck's sake, this is getting insane. But now we can't even decide whether a week's a year or a year's a week or I don't get it. I'm like, come on, can you just say a year?
Well, I mean, we did mention at some point in one of the notes that Daniel, whoever, was using code.
Right.
And did not want, because they didn't want whoever was the leader at the time to be able to understand what they were saying.
And they couldn't change it after they were done with, that leader. They couldn't just like say, hey, that was code. We don't need code anymore. Here's the actual numbers.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to make an analogy. Ready?
Yeah.
This is going to be another one of our lengthy intros that makes no fucking sense.
Right.
All right. So when we were kids, and even more so when our parents were kids, right? They collected comics and toys and whatever and had no problem opening and just tearing it up and whatever, right? Had no idea that at some point in the future...
Things would be worth a goddamn mint.
They would, right? Well, now we know, and so now we look for those things and we say, oh, why didn't you keep it in the box? And, oh, why couldn't you have, wrapped this comic in plastic?
Not me. I get that shit out and play with it.
Okay. No, I do too. When I said we, I meant...
Collectively, society.
Yeah. The royal we. So that's just our generation and the one previous.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
These people at the point that they were living had no fucking clue that every single piece of word that they wrote down was going to be digested and licked by people thousands of years later trying to make sense of it.
I understand that 100%. Okay. But what I'm getting at is that before we solidified the Bible to say we're never changing this shit ever again, why couldn't we just change things like this to say what it means?
Because by the time a group of people sat down to read it and solidify it, it was already so old that they couldn't possibly change it just to make it more readable.
But we do that all the time with the Bible. Like, there are more and more readable versions all the time.
Right.
And I assume...
But you're hardcore Christians. What's the one that they read?
The King James. Right. No, I get it. It just pisses me off. That's all.
No, I know.
I have no real good reason other than why are we calling weeks years? Or years why are we calling year... Whatever the fuck the thing is. Why is a week a year? I makes no sense.
It made sense to them, and I don't know.
And I don't really understand why you need code to talk about something that you're writing about 400 years later that is fictional. Like, it just seems like you're just trying to muddy the water.
I couldn't answer that for you.
I know. I'm going off because and it makes me angry. That's all.
You're irritated.
I am.
I don't think you had enough coffee.
No, I'm working on it.
Okay.
So, all right. Well, anyway, that was Daniel chapter 9.
Or something like it.
Yeah, maybe it was Daniel chapter 7.
And 7.
And 7.
77.
Plus 7. Yeah. I don't know.
Sure as fuck was. Chapter 9.
We're obviously, before we say what we're doing today, which probably you could guess, but we're running a little late this week.
A day behind.
Yeah. So we're doing our regular podcast on a Saturday. So welcome to our regular Saturday episode, and hopefully we will catch back up this weekend and get everything we wanted to get out.
That's always the plan.
Yes. Life. Anyway, so we just finished Daniel chapter 9, and today we're getting into...
Daniel chapter 10.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, we are getting into Daniel chapter 10.
Or Daniel chapter 10.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I'm just saying.
As I have been starting every book, let me remind you that... every chapter. I did that last time.
Yeah.
The book of Daniel can be divided into 2 parts. 1, a set of 6 court tales, chapters 1 through 6, written mostly in Aramaic. And 2, which is 4 apocalyptic visions, chapters 7 through 12, written mostly in Hebrew.
And mostly fucked up stories.
Yeah.
I mean, and really weird.
We are in that second bit.
Yeah.
4 apocalyptic tales or visions.
Yep.
So chapters 10, 11, and 12 make up Daniel's final vision. Okay. Which I wondered, like it said 4 visions, but chapter 7 through 12. I was like, how are we doing this?
Yeah.
So, it's one vision. The last one is spread over chapters 10, 11, and 12.
Oh, so we're going to start this is the last vision?
Yeah, this is the last vision.
So we're going to, all right.
And it describes a series of conflicts between the unnamed, quote, King of the North and, quote, King of the South, leading to the, quote, time of the end, when Israel will be vindicated and the dead raised, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
I see. Okay, so we're getting close to that heaven and hell shit, right?
That, the Christians.
And rapture and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so also one more thing. Chapter 10 is kind of a prologue to the following chapters.
Okay. All right.
So this chapter today kind of
sets up what's coming.
It sets up and starts the vision.
Okay. All right.
So let us get to the right
the
window.
Screen. That always helps for sure. Yep.
Okay. Yes. Chapter 10. Here we go. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a revelation was given to Daniel, who was called Belteshazzar.
Even though the Babylonians got conquered by the Persians, and so he's still this Babylonian name, even though...
Well, by that point, he's known by both names, depending on who's referring to him.
Okay.
So it makes sense that it would be recorded. Don't forget, whoever's reading this, don't forget that he also went by this other name.
All right.
And it makes sense.
I suppose.
I'll
allow for it.
I mean, kids call me mom. You call me wife. Other people call me by my first name.
Sure. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Some call me Ishmael. So.
Nobody calls me that. But it would be funny if they did, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Its message, Revelation, given to Daniel.
Yeah.
Its message was true, and it concerned a great war. Okay?
It was true.
It was true, because I said so.
Because it says so right there in the Bible. That makes it true right there.
And how do you know it's true?
Because because it's the word of God. I mean, come on.
Because
God.
Right.
Give me a fucking break here.
And how do we know the Bible's true?
Because
it's the word of God. And how do we know that the word of God is true?
Because it's in the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Circular logic.
This is easy shit. Why don't, we should all know this.
The definition of running is to run. The definition of smiling is to smile. Fuck. The understanding of the message came to Daniel in a vision. Okay, so that's the intro, and now I'm switching to first person.
Got it,
okay?
Yeah.
At that time, I, Daniel, mourned for 3 weeks. I ate no choice food, no meat or wine touched my lips, and I used no lotions at all until the 3 weeks were over.
It did not put the lotion on its skin.
It did not put the lotion on its skin. I don't know if you recall the end of the last chapter when he was given a vision about all them horns or whatever.
Yeah.
The goats and the ram.
The quadrigoat and all that.
At the very end of that chapter, it was and he was really fucking disturbed and sad. The end.
Okay.
So this is opening saying, remember just then I was disturbed and sad?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm reminding you.
I suppose if I was seeing shit like this all the time, I might be disturbed and sad too. Mm-hmm. Probably... if this was modern times, you'd be seeking psychiatric help.
Yeah,
but,
less so because of the fact that you're having a vision and more the contents therein.
Right, yeah.
On the 24th day of the first month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river, the Tigris.
Oh, okay.
Not the Euphrates.
No, yeah.
I looked up, and there before me was a man dressed in linen with a belt of fine gold from Uphaz around his waist.
Okay.
His body was like topaz. Wait, that's
interesting.
What's topaz?
Isn't that like
orangey.
a blue?
Oh, blue.
Oh, is it?
Blue?
I don't know.
Topaz. What are you?
Right. Yeah. I'll look. You go. I'll look it up. I can't because I can't remember honestly.
I want to say it's orangey, but maybe it's blue because that was my first thought. And then I was
I don't know. No, it's blue. See,
it is blue. Okay. Yeah. All right. Topaz is blue.
Yeah, it's blue.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's what I had imagined, but I wasn't sure.
Well, the thing is I know that there's a blue topaz, so I think topaz can be more than one color.
Also,
see, you're scrolling down and I see some orange.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So he was either blue or orangey brown.
Right, maybe a mixture of both. Maybe you could mixture of different types of topazes.
His head was blue and his arms were one each.
But based on these prices, I am not buying you any topaz anytime soon.
I don't want it. I don't really wear jewelry except for my wedding band. I feel like I have personal hangups with jewelry. It makes me feel like a cave person dressing up in rocks to look shiny for the other people.
That's a good point. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way, but that's a good point. Yeah.
That is my logical reason for it. But the truth is, I also have very autistic reasons for it in that it feels uncomfortable. It rubs my neck the wrong way. If I wear a necklace, earrings, I fidget with them too often and they get irritated.
Sure.
And rings and bracelets, just I can't.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
So I have a personal reason as well as a logical reason.
Sure.
All right. So topaz, he's either orangey brown or he's bluish turquoise.
Right.
Shiny.
Yeah.
He's sparkly though.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. His face like lightning. What?
Jesus. Dude's weird.
He's weird.
This is crazy.
Yeah. He's weirder than Republicans. His eyes like flaming torches.
Man.
But is this American torches like wood on fire or like a British torch, which is a flashlight?
I'm trying to imagine. I don't know, but I'm trying to also imagine what a torches for eyes look like in a face that is made of lightning.
Right?
That's a weird face, right?
This is a weird description.
Yeah.
I feel like if you put it into Chat GPT, it could do a much better job.
Probably.
And I'm not a super fan of Chat GPT.
Right,
you know?
right, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze. See, I told you his arms were orange.
Right. Yeah.
And his voice like the sound of a multitude. That was me speaking in multiple voices at once.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
That was great. Yeah.
I, Daniel, was the only one who saw the vision. And that right there should tell you something,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Those who were with me did not see it, but such terror overwhelmed them that they fled and hid themselves.
What?
Okay, so there were other people with me and they didn't see what I saw, but they were scared nonetheless.
Why?
Because they were. Because Daniel said so.
I think they might have been scared of Daniel, honestly.
I believe you.
Right? Like, I think Daniel was acting off.
I think he stood up and was like, there's a shiny man with torches in his eyes and lightning. And they were like, oh, here he goes again. Run!
This guy's fucking lost it.
Yeah. So I, Daniel, was left alone, gazing at this great vision. I had no strength left. My face turned deathly pale and I was helpless.
Huh.
Why are you so scared, bro? You've had visions already.
No, I don't know.
It's God or one of his, like, surrogates.
Right.
Yeah. Then I heard him speaking. And as I listened to him, I fell into a deep sleep. Honk, chew, honk, chew. My face to the ground.
Okay, yeah.
A hand touched me and set me trembling on my hands and knees.
Okay.
He said, Daniel, you are who? Highly esteemed. Consider carefully the words I am about to speak to you.
Yeah.
And stand up, for I have now been sent to you.
Okay.
I was trying to be a multitude.
No, I know, but no.
It was only good the first time.
You can that we'll lose like 15 people today.
All right.
For subscribing.
Let me try again. All right. Daniel, you who are highly esteemed, consider carefully the words I am about to speak to you. And stand the fuck up, for I have now been sent to you.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I had to add an F-bomb since I couldn't do the voices.
Sure, yeah.
That's fair.
I've stopped correcting you on adding, your cuss words into the Bible because it does me no good.
I'm just trying to avoid copyright issues.
Yeah, there you go.
See?
There you go, yeah.
It's my personal artistic license.
I feel like we add enough value to what we're doing and context that they couldn't really call us out on it because come on. We're discussing the whole thing the whole way through, and we don't ever read more than like a couple sentences before we break in with our own shit.
It's true. Because we are some opinionated bastards.
We are.
Yeah. And when dude said this to me, I stood up trembling.
Okay.
I was a trembling.
Yeah.
Then he continued, do not be afraid, Daniel, since the first day that you set your mind to gain understanding and to humble yourself before your God, your words were heard, and I have come in response to them. I heard you praying, yo.
Okay.
And here I come.
Yeah.
Walking down the street.
Yeah.
But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days.
Wow. This is like a godly, angel-y type thing?
Yeah,
what is this in this prince of the king of Persia or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, wait. Persia was Darius, right?
Yeah. Darius the Mede.
Who liked Daniel. Why would he be resisting? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know. He resisted the angel-y dude for 21 days, though. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me because I was detained there with the king of Persia.
So,
I'm an angel,
what?
but I was detained.
By a human.
That's what it says, but I don't feel like that can possibly be right.
Right? Yeah.
Unless you're shiny for nothing. Like, your whole power is that you are magical shine. Like, dude.
I mean, you have lightning face. Like,
right?
How the fuck do you detain lightning face?
I don't.
Right? Like,
I'm one of them people that ran away.
Don't kill me, man. Just keep moving. Go.
Yeah, get your torches out of here. Yeah. Now I have come to explain to you what will happen to your people in the future. For the vision concerns a time yet to come.
Okay. All right.
While he was saying this to me, Daniel,
I
bowed with my face toward the ground and was speechless.
Wait, what do you Daniel wasn't saying it to him. The angel was saying it to Daniel.
While he was saying this to me, I Daniel, bowed with my face toward the ground and was speechless.
Got it. Sorry,
you were not listening.
I was listening, just not well.
Okay, I'll accept that. Then one who looked like a man touched my lips. Do not touch my fucking face.
Is this the same topaz looking motherfucker?
And
or
I opened my mouth and began to speak. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
But why would you say, like, why wouldn't you just say, hey, the dude I'm having the vision of? Yeah, the same person.
One who looked like a man touched my lips. That bothers me. Like, please don't touch me. I do not consent.
Right.
Just don't.
Yeah.
I opened my mouth and began to speak. I said to the one standing before me, which I think is Shiny Man.
Okay. Yeah.
I am overcome with anguish because of the vision, my lord, and I feel very weak. How can I, your servant, talk with you, my lord? My strength is gone and I can hardly breathe. Again, the one who looked like a man touched me and gave me strength. Do not be afraid, you who are highly esteemed, he said. Peace! Peace. Be strong now, be strong.
Okay.
When he spoke to me, I was strengthened and said, Speak, my lord, since you've given me strength and all. Go ahead, go ahead. So he said, Do you know why I have come to you?
I know.
Is it to find the Muffin Man?
Right? Yeah, I don't know what's up.
Soon, dude continued.
Yeah.
I will return to fight against the Prince of Persia. And when I go, the Prince of Greece will come. But first, I will tell you what is written in the Book of Truth.
There's a Book of Truth?
Sure as fuck is.
Oh, okay. All right.
And now we end on parentheses voice.
Yeah.
No one supports me against them except Michael, your prince. The end.
No one supports me against him except Michael, your prince?
No one supports me against them.
Yeah.
The prince of Persia and the prince of Greece.
Yeah.
No one supports me against them except Michael, your prince.
So okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
So we've like whittled down religion now to apparently God and his angel Michael, and God is a detainable entity by Persian humans.
Not God. Whoever this dude,
whatever this is.
This dude is not God. He's an angel of the Lord or something.
Okay, so but there's a whole heavenly host. I think even according to the book of Daniel.
Yeah.
So why are there only two on his side that are going to help him fight Persia?
I don't understand it.
But even at that, like the Persians got beaten like one night because they were stupid, and it was pretty much a bloodless, coup or something, wasn't it? Like, remember how they had the writing on the wall, and then like the next night he's just done.
Yeah.
They're done.
He was done.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
So here is what I have in the notes. It doesn't really clarify.
Of course it doesn't.
But let me just read it.
Right.
Okay. So first of all, a superhuman messenger comes down and gives Daniel fresh strength. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
He then tells Daniel that God was pleased with his humble attitude and sincere desire to know more of God and his ways. Mm-hmm. He's like so thrilled. God really likes you, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, there's a prince in
I'm not there yet.
Nigeria that needs $1 million by tomorrow.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. God had heard Daniel's prayer when he started praying 3 weeks previously. So that was in, previous chapters.
Okay, yeah.
And had sent this messenger shiny guy to him. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. The messenger had been delayed by forces opposed to God.
Okay.
One reason for the Jews' present trouble was that an evil spiritual power was behind the rulers of Persia.
This doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the power of God.
Yeah.
Like if your messengers, your angels, your whatever the fuck they are, if they can be detained by either humans or even if we're admitting another God here,
right? Which
would be kind of like we've said that there are other gods, but it's kind of been with the understanding that they were just idols, right? They kind of hint at that throughout much of the Bible. Now, early on, like Genesis type time frame, we could have interpreted some of those things to mean multiple gods. Multiple gods, yeah. So there was some times where we were talking about probable multiple gods. Mm-hmm. But generally, through most of the books, it's been, the idea that these other gods are not real, they're idols and what have you. But here, these Persians apparently have the capability to detain heavenly hosts.
Those evil spirits.
And the evil spirits are helping them. So that's kind of interesting.
Weird.
It's weird, but it's also...
It's interesting, weird, because, like, this is new. We haven't done this before, and now all of a sudden I feel like we're in the New Testament or something.
Right.
Because that is where you get all that heaven and hell, evil spirits, Satan gonna get you, Satan made you do it.
Sure.
Like, what? We haven't done this before.
But if we're talking about these other cultures, they're kind of referencing other gods, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these they really are, because the only spiritual creatures that would have been helping these people, if we're to take this in canon and
the way they believed or whatever,
then they would have been gods of the Persians.
Right.
It wouldn't have been Satan or whatever.
Right.
It would have been their gods.
Right.
And that's just an interesting admission by this book that they were strong enough to detain them for at least 3 weeks, which I don't care what you say, whether you believe in God or not. If we're to talk to someone who believes in God, your God was not strong enough to beat these Persians' gods for 3 weeks.
Or at least your people weren't, and you let your angels,
right,
your angelic superhuman messenger people, be detained by evil spirits from another culture.
Yeah, yeah. No,
that's weird, dude.
It's interesting to me.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all. As far as the story goes.
So an evil spiritual power was behind the rulers of Persia. This evil spirit tried to prevent the messenger from reaching Daniel. But Michael, a good spirit who worked on behalf of God's people, came and won control over the evil spirit, thereby releasing the messenger to come to Daniel.
Okay.
On hearing about the spiritual conflicts going on in this unseen world, Daniel was again overcome with weakness and needed to be strengthened by God's heavenly messenger.
Right.
Just as 2 years earlier, this messenger had helped Michael, probably in securing the Jews' release from Persia, so now Michael would help the messenger. The two would fight on behalf of the Jews against the evil power behind Persia. Then later, when Greece overthrew Persia, they would fight against other evil powers behind Greece.
It's really funny because this is being written, the way it's written there, it's written as a history.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're literally referencing things that they know have happened or are going to happen because they're writing it after they have happened. And they don't hide it very well there.
Right.
Like the way that's phrased.
Oh, what I was just reading was
that was notes.
Yeah, that was notes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we already finished the chapter.
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's, yeah.
It's still weird.
It is still weird.
It's weirder than Republicans even, and Republicans are really fucking weird.
Apparently, that's the whole thing right now, right?
Look, I'm sorry, but I'm fucking loving it.
Yeah.
Because it's not a cuss word and it's so goddamn true.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
The things that they are so worried about.
You just told me tonight that apparently J.D. Vance is following Kamala Harris around and saying some really weird shit about, like, some racist tropes about her and stuff like that.
He tried at least once, if not twice, to get on board her plane, Air Force Two, that she's flying around in.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to get a sniff because he said he bet it stinks.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, fuck you, guy.
Yeah.
Fuck you hard, you know?
Yeah.
All the way to Mars and back.
That's
fuck you.
Like, what are we doing as a country?
What is this, right? What century is this even?
And sadly, this guy grew up about 5 miles from where I grew up.
And they keep calling it Appalachia or Appalachia on, like, every news source.
And it's not.
You guys, he grew up, like, 15 minutes south of Dayton.
Now,
Dayton, Ohio is not Appalachia. Think Columbus.
No, it was
Columbus, Ohio is not Appalachia.
To be fair, it was Middletown, Ohio. And Middletown, Ohio is definitely more working class.
It's a little bit more maybe hillbilly and maybe a little bit more, like you said, working class, working poor.
Right. Well, there was a big steel mill company or a town, and that kind of went downhill. As far as jobs,
Appalachia.
No, it's not Appalachia.
It's very far removed from Appalachia.
Right. But it is, and this is not appropriate to say exactly, but it is, when I was growing up, it was affectionately known as Middle Tucky.
Right.
Like, kind of people referred to it as, like, you know, that it does have some Appalachian roots because there's a lot of people that are coming from the poorer sections near us to get jobs there when the steel mill was a big entity.
Right.
So there are a lot of people that came there from Appalachia.
His family has Appalachian roots.
Right.
His grandparents were Appalachian.
I have Appalachian roots.
Okay, but to say that he is from Appalachia and that this book that he wrote takes place in Appalachia, it doesn't, and it's not.
Correct.
He's basically calling Dayton, Ohio, Appalachia. Look on a fucking map, y'all.
Yeah.
It's not Appalachia. And it doesn't piss me off that he does it so much because that's what the right does. They just muddy the waters. It pisses me off that news sources reporting on this shit that know geography stop calling Dayton, Ohio, which Middletown almost is.
Well, it's also almost Cincinnati. You can go either way with it.
Right. It's right in the middle of Dayton and Cincinnati.
Hence Middletown.
Right. Yeah. It's just, would you call Cincinnati, Ohio, Appalachia?
Right. No.
And to get to Dayton, you'd have to go through Columbus first. Would you call Columbus Appalachia?
No. But what do you mean you have to go through?
If you're going through, if you're coming from Appalachia area.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And you're headed to Dayton. You're headed west on 70. Right. I-70.
Or 35, whatever.
Whatever. You're going to go through fucking Columbus before you hit Dayton.
Right.
So if you are calling Dayton, Middletown, Cincinnati, Appalachia, you're actually saying that Columbus, Ohio is fucking Appalachia. And it's really fucking not.
Right.
So everybody get your maps out, study it out, learn your geography, and know that they're stupid.
Just for the record, wife is not chastising you. Wife is just mad at the whole J.D. Vance thing, and it hits home really hard with us here because he's from here.
Yeah.
Essentially. So.
I mean, okay, Middletown is close enough to Dayton that we probably passed in some cafes. You know what I mean? Like,
could have been, yeah.
Like, we probably hit the same malls. We probably ate at some of the same McDonald's.
Yeah, I was probably at a sporting event with the dude at some point.
Right?
You know,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just the next neighborhood over.
Right.
It's not far. I have a friend who lives just south of Middletown, and we meet around Middletown for coffee. Like, it's just right there.
Yeah.
So, just the whole thing is dumb. It's dumb and I hate it.
I agree.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yes, you're very angry about this.
Well, you were angry about 7 and 7, and I'm angry about Middle Appalachia.
Right. And I don't know how we got here from Bible, but...
Because Republicans are weird.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got it.
That is it.
And I did bring him up, so I apologize to everybody.
Shouldn't.
So
you shouldn't.
There's some J.D. Vance talk for you.
Hey, but Kamala and Walz. Let's go, Tim and Kamala.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Go team.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Definitely. All right. I think we're gonna get on out of here. We don't have any more to cover?
No, I'm done. I'm
okay.
done.
All right. So that was Daniel chapter 10.
Sure as fuck was.
And then maybe later today, possibly tomorrow, we'll be back with
Q&A, maybe Saturday.
And then
for sure we're getting part 2 of Patreon out.
Right.
And that will be the actual project 2025.
Yes.
And
then I'll get the weekly wrap up out, and then we'll be back on Monday with
Daniel chapter 11.
All right, we'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
What are we doing today?
Well, we're a little bit late. It is a Sunday, but we are doing our
Q&A, not on Saturday.
Which, what are we covering today?
We are covering Daniel chapters 6 through 10.
Okay, all right. Which there was some crazy shit this week.
There was some crazy shit. Yeah. Indeed.
So, do you want to just hop in, or do you have anything to say about the upcoming craziness?
Let's just hop in.
Okay. All right. Well, you ready to do this?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right. Let's hop into this stupid book of Daniel.
Okay. Let's do it.
So we started with chapter 6 this last week.
We sure did.
And that was the last of the stories
Right, where we're getting to know Daniel and his buddies. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And he was thrown into that den of lions.
He sure was.
So, I mean, we didn't really have many questions. We were like, yep, that happened.
Right.
Whatever.
Other than why the fuck did they punish the people that got him thrown in there by killing their kids and wives as well?
But that's a question for God, not the Bible.
Or that king that did it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But be that as it may, it's not a question that we have that can be answered through research.
No, I got you.
Right. So chapters 7, 8, and 9 are Daniel's visions, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And then chapter 10 starts his fourth vision.
Got it.
Okay. Because then 10, 11, and 12 cover his fourth vision.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about chapter 7, that first vision.
Well, before you do that, I do want to say about chapter 6 that just the amount of emphasis that is on that chapter with regard to Christianity and how Christians take that chapter is immense. Based on what I read, it's not really that, like, it didn't mean that much. Like, I was just blown away by how little. It wasn't
any different from any of his other 1 through 5 chapters to me.
Right. It's that overblown sense of this God is so fucking amazing. Can you see how fucking unbelievably amazing this God is? He's just crazy amazing. And he does all these amazing things to this fictional guy, Daniel, that we made up 400 years later. It's amazing. Did you see how fucking amazing it is?
I was not impressed, so I did not think it was
Nor
amazing.
was I. But I thought it was worth calling out one last time how not amazing I was, or how not amazed I was by the things that happened in specifically that chapter and the rest of the introduction of Daniel.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it was just propaganda. It was bullshit. It was, holy crap, can you not see through the words that they're saying? This is ridiculous.
Read between the lines, my guys.
I just had to say something before we jumped ahead to the rest of the Q&A. So
I'm going to hop into chapter 7
Sorry.
now.
I just wanted to,
So chapter 7 was his first vision. Okay. And Daniel dreams of 4 beasts. Yeah. And we were pretty confused because there were horns and cities and kingdoms. And we were like, what? And then horns grew out of horns.
But
and
just a bear.
A bear had ribs. And
why the fuck is there just a bear? Like the rest of them have all these special parts, but then there's just a bear.
Right. So that was weird. It was weird. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to read you some of my further notes on chapter 7. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I didn't really have specific questions and specific answers for these. I had some, can you fucking explain this whole thing to me?
Yeah. So, well, I think that's more what we need to cover because it was so confusing all the way through with regard to the symbolism that they're using that might have been more prevalent back when they wrote it, but now it's hard to distinguish what they're talking about.
Right. So. Yeah. The symbology kind of got lost over the, centuries, millennia. Yeah. Okay. So in the previous chapters, 1 through 6, Daniel told some stories about himself and his fellow captives, Daniel and co.
Right.
And he gave examples of him being able to interpret the dreams of others.
Right.
Right. So that was kind of a setup for where we are now, where Daniel begins to detail his own dreams and visions.
So they're trying to give him some a resume.
Yeah.
They're building him a resume like, hey, this guy can interpret these guys' dreams. So obviously when he interprets his own dreams, it's going to be correct as well.
Right. You're supposed to be able to trust and rely on him because he's proven himself.
Yeah.
Right. Uh-huh. So now we're returning to a period prior to chapter 6, because remember, some of these are out of order.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So the 4 kingdoms represented in Daniel's vision, and we read some of this before, but it does bear repeating.
Yeah.
They're the same 4 kingdoms that were illustrated in chapter 2. Okay, the Chaldean or Babylonian kingdom, the Medo-Persian kingdom, the Macedonian or Grecian kingdom, and the Roman kingdom.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a difference in the emphasis, though, between when we talked about those 4 kingdoms in chapter 2 versus where we're talking about them now.
Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The vision given to King Nebuchadnezzar in chapter 2 dealt in general with the historical significance of the events that were symbolized.
Got it.
Okay, just like the people in general.
Okay.
The vision given to Daniel in chapter 7 deals more with how these events are going to affect God's people.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the king was given a very cursory overview, and Daniel then has a vision.
The details.
Yeah. He gets a little bit more.
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about the 4 beasts a little bit better.
Okay.
Okay. So the first beast that was covered in verse 4. It says, the first was like a lion, and it had the wings of an eagle. I watched until its wings were torn off, and it was lifted from the ground so that it stood on 2 feet like a human being.
Okay.
All right. Well, lions and eagles both were considered kings of their realms.
Okay.
Lion is the king of the forest, and the eagle is king of the sky.
That's fair.
They thought. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So that's to show you how powerful these guys were. They were strong leaders and recognized as such.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So Babylon, the kingdom symbolized by this first beast, was proud, ruthless, and unconquerable at the beginning.
Sure.
The Babylonian Empire was the first world power that conquered Judah. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And, we didn't really say anything about that at the time, but it is a big deal. They were the first one that brought the entire kingdom to its knees.
It's true. That's true.
Later on, Babylon's cruel power softened and became more humane. And that's what we mean when we say its wings were torn off and it was lifted from the ground so that it stood like a human being.
Got it. Yeah.
So it became more human and less powerful, but it also became less strong.
Right.
And was able, as it became, quote unquote, more human, it became weaker and was able to be conquered by other kingdoms.
Sure.
Okay. But we'll talk about that in a minute.
I do want to stipulate one thing, because there is this whole relationship that that Israel has had with Egypt over the time that we've been reading the Bible. And so it's not that they weren't, I feel like they were kind of like they were part of Egypt, but not really.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, they were frenemies.
Yeah.
And we've discussed that before.
Well, and Egypt held some political influence in Israel as well. So it's not, they were standalone, but they also were influenced heavily by Egyptian power earlier on.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, I mean, when it was safe to do so, Judah was trying to assert its own independence from Egypt.
Sure.
But when other kingdoms, such as Babylon, came along, then they were like, oh, fuck this. And sometimes they would turn to Egypt for help, and sometimes Egypt would extend a helping hand if it was safe to do so.
Right. Well, I guess I just wanted to point out that Egypt was a superpower that they had to deal with on a regular.
Yes.
Prior to being conquered officially by Babylon.
Right. It's just that Babylon was the first one that did not have an outside or background relationship with them, came in and kicked their fucking asses.
Right.
And we're like, and you're done.
Yep.
So that, again, bears stating specifically because it's a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. So the second beast. Verse 5 reads, and there before me was a second beast which looked like a bear. It's your favorite.
It is, because it's just a bear.
It's just a bear.
With ribs in its mouth.
It was raised up on one of its sides, and it had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. A bear is slower, stronger, and more crushing than a lion.
Okay.
It kind of lopes along,
sure,
whereas a lion pounces, right?
Yeah.
This bear had a voracious appetite for conquest. The second beast, already eating one victim and getting ready to pounce on another, symbolized the Medo-Persian Empire in its greedy conquest.
Okay.
And it replaced Babylon as the dominant world power.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
As for the 3 ribs, the Persians dominated over the Medes in their relationship. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next chapter, but most think that the 3 ribs represented the Persians' great military conquests, which were Babylon, Egypt, and Lydia. I would say Lydia, but I don't know that. I'm not familiar with it.
Got it.
But I like it as a name for a person,
sure.
Lydia.
Yeah.
So, okay, the third beast.
Yeah.
That would be verse 6. After that I looked, and there before me was another beast, one that looked like a leopard, and on its back it had 4 wings like those of a bird. This beast had 4 heads, and it was given authority to rule. So the leopard was known for its sudden, unexpected attacks, and this one especially swift because of its 4 wings and was clever because it had 4 heads.
Got it.
So the third beast represented the swift conquest by Alexander the Great and the spread of the Greek Empire. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in next chapter too.
So it kind of speaks to his military greatness that he was like, you know, like speaks to his way, the way he did it. And,
yes.
And so that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. And I kind of appreciated this breakdown.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great quickly conquered the civilized world by age 28. In just 12 years, he had subdued part of Europe and all of Asia.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, but then he died all of a sudden, and on his death, his empire was divided into 4 parts, which is, again, why there's 4 heads.
Sure.
Specifically, the 4 heads were Cassander, Lysimachus,
Sure.
Seleucus, and Ptolemy, who all inherited Alexander's domain.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So there's those guys.
Okay.
And the 4th beast, this one was like the weird one.
Yes.
Okay?
With the weirdest. And
Yeah. All right. So verse 7 reads, "After that, in my vision at night, I looked, and there before me was a 4th beast, terrifying and frightening and very powerful. It had large iron teeth. It crushed and devoured its victims and trampled underfoot whatever was left. It was different from all the former beasts, and it had 10 horns." Now, first of all, we kind of commented that this reminds us of the statue that was in King Nebuchadnezzar's vision.
Yeah, a little bit.
His dream or whatever.
Sure.
Like, it does have some resemblance to it with the 10 toes and the iron and stuff.
Yeah.
So we are talking about a comparison of common ideas here.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The 4th beast with 10 horns and 1 conspicuous little horn was so terribly dreadful that it was beyond description, and it symbolized the brutal, all-conquering Rome. Okay?
Okay.
So the Roman Empire was the final world-dominating power before the rise of Christianity.
Right.
And we kind of knew that, but, like, I hadn't really understood it in those terms.
Well, and more than that, Rome actually, in the end, kind of solidified the rise of Christianity.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they played a big part in that.
So that's kind of a big deal, like you said.
Yeah.
Now, some suggest that the 10 horns on this creature were actually 2 5-pointed antlers rather than 10 separate horns, which that would make more sense, but whatever. Regardless, from the many kingdoms, 10 horns brought together in the Roman Empire, because, you know, they conquered and conglomerated everybody that they rolled over.
Right.
1 leader, a little horn. So that's like 1 little horn grew. That emerged as more ruthless than all the others. And he murdered those who opposed him and established himself as a cruel, unchallengeable dictator, oppressing and persecuting even the saints.
And this is, I'm thinking, what you were talking about when we were in the chapters, that guy...
Antiochus?
Yes. Is that referring to him, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Antiochus Epiphanes.
Got it. At least that's what scholars think. And,
sure. Yeah. That's what they think they're referring to because of his cruelty.
And
we'll get into that a little bit more as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Daniel then had a vision. What was I saying? Yeah. Sorry. I had scrolled and I want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Daniel then had a vision of the fiery chariot throne of God upon which sat the Ancient of Days.
Yeah, that was a little confusing to me because it seemed like it was God, but why are we referring to him as the Ancient of Days?
Right. And then also we're talking about that, and all of a sudden in the same chapter, we're talking about the future.
Right.
And that's just weird. Like the far distant future.
Really confusing.
Yeah. So this was definitely God, though, or, you know, we all think, scholars that is, I'm not a scholar, but scholars all are pretty sure, that was God who judged the beasts.
Okay.
Okay. And the little horn dictator made such claims to power that God could tolerate him no longer. His day of judgment would come, and the 3 previous kingdoms were merely overthrown, right? The ones that we talked about before, they were, quote unquote, merely overthrown.
Yeah.
They were taken over rather than wiped out. But this 4th kingdom under the absolute rule of its arrogant dictator, is going to be completely and mercilessly destroyed.
But that's not what happened, though. Rome definitely, kept it was still in power after Christianity started.
But again, this is in the distant future, so they may not be talking about Rome of then.
Okay.
They might be talking about a Rome to come. Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm trying to explain how it is sometimes interpreted for right or wrong by apologists and scholars separately and together today.
I really hate the idea that because the Bible got it wrong, we have to reinterpret, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's the word of God to these people.
It couldn't be wrong. It has to be just it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, if you, again, this is one of those instances where if you take the scholars at their word for what they've determined these things probably meant, then it sounds like what we're talking about is the current Roman Empire, right?
Now, what they could be saying too is the other empires were all attacked from outside, whereas Rome crumbled from within.
Sure.
So that could be. You could say that, okay, that prophecy did come true.
Right.
So
I guess
either it did come true in the way that I just said, or it hasn't happened yet and it's something to come in the future. We'll see. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Okay.
So
all right.
There's that. Now, in place of this anti-God kingdom, a new kingdom will be set up. One that is different from all that has gone before.
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be set up not by a beast-like figure, but by a man-like figure, often assumed to be a coming Messiah.
Okay.
And that's where Jesus comes in.
Right.
Yeah. This quote-unquote Son of Man is going to be given, or was given, authority, glory, and a kingdom that would never be destroyed. And so he exercised dominion over the earth. Right?
Okay.
And I'm like, did you mean over that little area of that little continent? Because that didn't happen.
Yeah.
One of God's heavenly servants turns to Daniel at this point and explains to Daniel the meaning of the vision.
There's one of those 10,000 by 10,000 or whatever.
Yeah. Well, okay, so the Ancient of Days is sitting on his throne, and he's surrounded by thousands, and those are his celestial beings, his angels or whatever.
Sure.
The thousands of thousands that are like beyond there, those are all of his followers.
Got it.
Okay. So I forgot to say that.
That's followers, but are they celestial or?
Let's not talk about that. That was never stated. I don't know.
Got it.
Let's not talk about that.
All right.
Just people or beings that follow God, but they're not angels or celestial beings.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
All right.
Yes. So the horn, the little horn, aka the king, will challenge 3 of the original 10 kings, speak against God, oppress the saints, and attempt to change times and laws.
Yeah.
After a period of distress and oppression, the dominion of the little horn will be taken away, and the final judgment will result in the destruction of this little horn's power, and God's kingdom on earth will last forever.
That's amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what happened in chapter 7. And I'm still confused, but at least I have a little bit better understanding.
Sure.
Right?
I guess.
I mean.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, it's better than the way it was portrayed in the book,
sure.
in the Bible. So, yeah.
So let's move on to chapter 8 and see if we can make some sense of this.
Okay. Uh-huh.
This is where we get into Antiochus and the Antichrist.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is like going to be getting more into some future stuff.
Got it.
Okay. So this was about Daniel's vision of the ram and the goat.
Yeah. The unigoat and then the quadrigoat.
Yes,
which
exactly.
is the same goat. Because it grew different horns.
Different horns. Yeah. Daniel's vision here is of a 2-horned ram destroyed by a 1-horned he-goat.
Right.
Referring to the Persian and Grecian monarchies.
Okay.
So we're going back a little ways.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is followed by the history of the, quote, little horn, which is thought by many, as you said, to represent the Greek king Antiochus Epiphanes, as he outlawed many Jewish customs. And we talked about some of those last time, and there was math involved or something where he had stopped them from being able to sacrifice during their mornings and nights. And he stopped them from being able to do a lot of the customs that they did.
Sure.
So he's ucky.
Right.
Okay. And that was about, let's see, his program sparked a popular uprising, which led to the retaking of Jerusalem and the temple by Judas Maccabeus in 164 BCE.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not quite there yet because we haven't reached the Maccabees.
Right.
But that's a thing that happens during this dream or whatever.
But it strikes me that, what we talked about early on with regard to the time frame that Daniel was written in mostly, or at least brought together and added to.
Yes.
Would have been the 200 BCE time frame, right? And if this Maccabee movement happened in 164, the idea that they're doing propaganda
already
right?
brewing.
The idea that they're building a propaganda towards for their God is it makes a lot of sense that like they're getting ready to rebel against this,
Antiochus.
Yeah. So they're trying to build unity. They're trying to build strength and to bring everybody together behind their God.
Which is how they were able to do the uprising.
Right.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yep.
And so I just...
Once again, political machinations, not religion.
I think really you could take everything that's happened in the Bible with regard to history and you could chalk it all up to political intrigue.
Yeah.
That's really what it all boils down to.
Basically, the Bible is a huge history book of political intrigue, and you just need to take all of the God out of it, all of the magic, and just talk about this is what the people believed at the time, and this is how the leaders utilized that.
No, I think it would be really interesting to take the studies that people have done around the Bible and take the stories from the Bible and put them together in a way that kind of describes the political machinations that are going on in that time frame, right?
Exactly.
Because it really, to me, it reads very political.
Yeah.
And I know someone who's reading this from the God perspective is not going to see that because they're seeing God, they're not seeing the politics.
Right.
But to me, someone who is interested in history, it comes right through.
In history and politics.
Yeah,
definitely. And I'm interested in history and sociology. So when you explain it, I'm like, oh, that tracks. So, yeah, I'm loving this.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some history now, okay?
Okay.
All right, we're going back a little bit. Okay, I just rewound back to 550 BCE.
Okay. All right.
Though Babylon was still the dominant power in the region, Persia had begun to challenge it. Okay.
Yeah.
And we know what happens there, but
sure.
We're pretending here for a minute that we don't know.
Yeah.
The significant event of 550 BCE was Persia's conquest of the formerly great kingdom of Media. Okay. And we know that as well. Okay. Then in 539 BCE, the combined armies of Persia and Media conquered Babylon. And again, we saw that coming because we knew it.
Right.
This combined Medo-Persian power was pictured in the vision as a ram, one of whose horns, Persia, was higher than the other, Media.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Persia ruled till about 333 BCE when Alexander the Great came from the west and with unbelievable speed overran the Persian Empire.
Got it.
Okay. His Greek empire was symbolized in Daniel's vision as a goat, with Alexander as the large horn between the goat's eyes.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like the last chapter was telling us some of this history, and now this chapter is telling us more, but we had to overlap with what we already knew.
And we're supposed to pretend like Daniel wrote this way back as a prophecy when actually it was written after these things happened.
Exactly.
Got
exactly.
It. Yeah.
All right, so at the height of his power, when only 32 years of age, Alexander suddenly died. His empire soon split into 4 sectors, which were the 4 new horns. Okay.
It strikes me also that part of the reason that they might have used such heavy symbolism is because they were writing it with, afterthought, right? They're writing this after they already know about these events. So they're like, how can we make this sound like a vision that somebody had prior to this?
Right.
And so they, how it's a try hard, they tried too hard.
Yeah. They added like too much symbolism, too many animals.
That's kind of how it
to make it
reads,
seem more magical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of these sectors, I said that Alexander's empire split into 4.
Right.
So one of these sectors was centered on Syria. From this sector, there arose many years later a king, a little horn, who attacked God's people and even God himself. This king was Antiochus Epiphanes.
Right.
And he stopped the regular sacrifices that the Jews offered each morning and evening. He set up Greek idols and a heathen altar in their holy temple.
Okay.
And he forced the Jews to carry out practices that he knew their law prohibited. So he was a real shit.
Sure.
This attack,
but I mean, it's not uncommon. Like, that's not an uncommon practice in those days.
Yeah, he was no more of a shit than any of the other conquerors.
Sure. Right.
And let's be clear, they were all conquerors. They all fought over land and used religion to justify their fight over land.
Even the Israelites, if you were not a full, fledged, Israelite and worshipped the way they worshipped, you were a second-class citizen or a slave. So I mean, there was a heavy incentive to join or not be part of the society.
Well, that, and I mean, the whole time that they were, trying to conquer their own land and drive out the quote-unquote Canaanites, right? Yeah, they were totally doing a land grab.
People that did not believe the same things they believed.
Right. And they were doing a land grab and using religion to justify it.
I just wanted to make sure I said it because, we're reading these texts from a very one-sided perspective.
Sure.
Right? And it's hard to, step back from that when you're reading that take to examine, okay, well, wait, they did this earlier and these people had these views and this, you have to be able to step into other people's shoes to see the whole picture.
Yeah, I don't think that Antiochus was like a complete shit more so than others.
Right.
He was, there were some conquerors that were less of a shit than he was.
Definitely.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, Cyrus's was obviously better. And, there's definitely examples where people were better.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying that things like this were not completely uncommon.
No.
That's all.
No. So this attack on the Jewish religion lasted more than 3 years, or 1,150 days, or 2,300 morning and evening sacrifices.
Got it.
Yeah. And I'm laughing and you're laughing because we had got into a slight tiff over the math.
I misunderstood how you had read it because it was
the math was also confusing.
Yeah.
So that happened 3 years or so, whatever. Cruel, cunning, arrogant, and powerful Antiochus would slaughter the Jews, defile the temple, and blaspheme against God.
Okay.
The rule of Antiochus came to an end in 165 BCE. So we've caught up to where we were now.
Got it, yeah.
Okay. When the Jews regained control of their temple, and then they cleansed and rededicated it to the holy worship of God. Okay. Now, there are a few other interpretations of the little horn that say, no, it wasn't Antiochus Epiphanes. Some believe the little horn represents a future powerful world leader, possibly even the Antichrist.
Got it. Okay.
And then others view the little horn as symbolizing a collection of evil forces rather than any specific or literal individual.
Okay.
So those are some of the other thoughts out there.
I'm sure these are thoughts that are more modern because, we can see what this would have represented if we look at history.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't work out correctly, that's when you have to rewrite what you're thinking.
Yeah.
So
I'm content with thinking that it was Antiochus because
as am I.
He fits the shoe.
It makes sense based on when they were writing it. It makes sense based on a lot of things.
Based on what he did.
Yeah.
So
to me, that holds the most weight.
Right. All right, so that's chapter 8. I feel a little bit better about that. There were so many horns and horns and horns. I was not getting all of the history. Also, I didn't understand that chapter 8 kind of did a rewind and recovered some of the same history that was already covered in chapter 7.
Right.
So, I need things to be laid out side by side.
Yeah.
So that is cleared up a little bit better for me.
For sure.
All right, so let's get into chapter 9.
Okay.
All right, so Daniel does some serious math and figures out when something important is going to happen.
Okay. Yeah.
This part of the Bible is really important for understanding later parts of the Bible.
Was this someone with the 70 weeks that was 70 years that was 62 days
I think
and
so.
35 seconds and
I think
whatever?
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So this part of the Bible is really important for understanding later parts of the Bible, especially when we get into the New Testament. Okay. Even though this part was not written for a New Testament audience. When we get into the New Testament,
they make it work.
We have to know where the New Testament drew its material from.
Course.
And this is one of them.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
So just putting it out there that we need to pay attention because this will come back.
I guess.
I mean...
No, I know.
They will make it come back.
I get it. I just don't buy it. That's all.
No. I'm not saying that this stuff happens in the New Testament.
Right.
What I'm saying is that when we're studying the New Testament, they're going to quote some of this shit.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, even on the basis of just reading this chapter, it's so
annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, we don't even have to get in the New Testament before I'm like, no, this is stupid.
Yeah. We can't even just like read it for what it is. We have to read it knowing that at some point it's going to be parsed and abused, basically.
Right.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
Because it has its own different meaning and understanding,
Yeah.
So Daniel begins this chapter by confessing the sins of the Israelites, including himself. Remember that? He's like, God, you're so great. We suck so hard.
Yeah.
We're the worst, the absolute worst. Sorry. Please forgive us.
Sure.
He acknowledges the nation's disobedience to God's law and the subsequent judgment that they have faced. And then he asks for God's mercy and the restoration of Jerusalem.
Okay. Yep.
In response to Daniel's prayer, an angel reveals a prophecy about the future of Israel. This prophecy is centered around the concept of 70 weeks. So that's where we get into that.
This is where it starts getting a little weird.
No, it was already a little weird.
Yeah,
this is where it starts getting a lot weird. Yeah. While the exact meaning of, quote, a week in this context is debated, it's assumed that it generally refers to a period of 7 years.
But why?
So we're not just saying 1 year.
Yeah.
We're not saying that 1 week is 1 year. We're saying that 1 week is 7 years.
No, I got it.
So
I get it.
Each day of the week is 1 year.
But why not just say that?
It's a week of years is what they're saying. Because it was more poetic or something. I don't fucking know.
All right, whatever. I feel like this is just some bullshit added in after the fact, kind of.
I mean, okay, but the way it read was very confusing when they were like a week of weeks of days. Like, even just by itself, it's confusing.
I think I commented at the time. I feel like it was muddled because they didn't have an exact answer.
Sure.
Right? Like what they're trying to do here, they were trying to muddy the water so that it could be interpreted in any number of ways.
Sure. And I don't disagree with that.
So that's just how I feel about it.
Sure. The prophecy outlines a timeline of events leading up to the coming of a Messiah.
Okay.
And that's where I said that sometimes they bend the math real hard to make it line up with when Jesus came.
Yeah. Okay. I got it.
It speaks of the rebuilding of Jerusalem, the coming of an anointed one, and a period of great tribulation.
Sure.
This prophecy has been a subject of intense study and interpretation for centuries. So me and you sitting here at this table ain't going to figure it out.
No, but if I recall correctly, we got to the end of that chapter and there's something that was said about what was going to happen after the anointed one shows up. Mm-hmm. And it's nothing that happened.
Right.
So like even in the prophecy that they worked so hard to make happen and attribute to Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. The actual prophecy itself doesn't fully hit home with regard to what it did.
Right, but that just means it's still to come.
But how can you have it come true and also still to come?
The same people that are saying that it came true, they are not the same people that are saying it's still yet to come.
Okay, but if it didn't come, then that means Jesus didn't come.
Right. No, that's not true.
Okay.
The Jewish people do not believe that this prophecy has been fulfilled yet.
Right. No, I get that.
There's that.
Right. So, but the Christians do believe that this is the fulfillment of that prophecy, right? Mm-hmm. So, therefore, that wrongness of what happened when Jesus did come, according to the Bible, should be enough to say that prophecy was false. But it's not.
It's not.
And I don't remember exactly what it was because it's been a few days since we read it. But I do remember commenting on it at the time. So
I'm going to put a pin in it for now, only because A, we haven't got there yet.
Sure.
And B, because we haven't got there yet, I have not looked into the history and stuff of that time to be able to form a cohesive and cogent argument.
Got it. Well, and I'm sure we'll be, This is Jesus. Like, this is stuff about Jesus that we're going to be talking about later.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll come back to this
we will.
Quite a bit.
We will.
So.
Yep. All right. So this prophecy, blah, 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 blah. Many scholars believe it provides a framework for understanding key events in biblical history and prophecy.
Okay.
The prophecy begins with a directive to rebuild Jerusalem and its walls. And some people claim this historical event took place after the Babylonian captivity because they did rejoin and they did rebuild
and
Jerusalem.
That makes some sense. Yeah, sure. Okay.
A period is specified for the appearance of, quote, an anointed one, the Messiah.
Right.
This is when many believe Jesus Christ appears. Yeah. There's a reference to a cut off Messiah, which is often interpreted as Jesus's crucifixion because he was cut off. His life was cut off from earth.
Right.
A period of great tribulation or desolation is foretold, which aligns with other biblical descriptions of the end times. These passages often paint a picture of a period of intense suffering, upheaval, and judgment. Some key biblical references can be found in Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel from the Old Testament, and Matthew and Revelation from the New Testament.
And I think that was like the part that, like, this Messiah, if we're to trust Christianity's take on this, right? Mm-hmm. After the Messiah came, there's supposed to be this period of, bad, right? Or whatever. The whole end times things is going to be happening, right?
Yeah.
Are we? And I guess that Christians just believe that it's ongoing until it ends. I don't really know. Like this whole period that we're in since Jesus is apparently all that. I don't know.
Again, it's a good question, but I'm putting a pin in it because we're not there yet.
I got it.
No, I'm not telling you not to ask these questions. I'm just saying, yep, that's a good question.
Right.
Maybe we'll read a better answer or confirmation later. Sure. The prophecy concludes with the confirmation of a covenant with many for 1 week. So I don't know what that means, but that's a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, 1 week can be 7 years.
Possibly, maybe 70 years, maybe 700 years.
Yeah,
maybe
who fucking knows?
7,000. I don't know.
Who knows? So that's chapter 9. Still really confusing, but at least I understand the words a little bit better.
Sure.
All right. So we're going to get into Daniel chapter 10. And again, this is the beginning of his final vision. Okay.
Yeah.
So Daniel has a super scary encounter with a very bright angel.
Yeah.
This is a pivotal moment in the book in that it shifts the narrative from cryptic visions, like dream things, to a direct interaction between Daniel and a heavenly being.
Right.
Okay. Even though he did speak to another guy in one of his visions.
Yeah.
This is like...
in one of his dreams.
Yeah, in one of his dream vision things. Yeah. This is like a waking vision. Like, dude is in his room talking to him.
But apparently there was other people there that didn't see what he saw.
Right.
So it was just him, but they were scared of something, so...
yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is a little like... The angel tells Daniel that he's been sent to help God's people and to explain some of the crazy shit that Daniel has seen. Okay? Daniel spends 3 weeks in intense prayer and fasting, seeking understanding of the visions that he's received. Mm-hmm. This period of spiritual preparation underscores that he understands the importance of the encounter to come.
Or that he's nuts.
Right. One or the other.
Yeah.
He's either a religious fanatic or... he really did see an angel, and I know which one I believe. I
mean, if you went through a fasting period of 3 weeks, you might just be seeing visions because you went through the fasting period of 3 weeks. You know?
I might be hungry.
Right?
I might eat your head off.
Yeah.
An extraordinary being described as a man clothed in linen appears to Daniel by the Tigris River. This figure, often interpreted as an angel or a celestial being, tells Daniel that he's been sent to help God's people and to explain some of the crazy shit that he's seen, which I already said.
Right.
Daniel, he's filled with fear and weakness, but the being reassures Daniel and strengthens him, like gives him a power up, and prepares him to receive the message.
Okay.
Yep. This chapter is a change from the symbolic language of the previous chapters to a more direct form of divine communication.
Yeah.
Setting the stage for the detailed prophecies and historical insights that follow in the coming chapters. Now, I did not even get into the fact that this guy that came to talk to him had been held up for a week.
Right. That was crazy.
That was
crazy. No, it was 3 weeks, wasn't it?
However long.
Yeah.
He was like, he couldn't get away.
Right.
And then Michael had to come save him. I thought that because we're starting a new vision.
We'll just kind of wait to see how this pans out.
Yeah. And then I will get more into that next weekend.
Right.
To see if we've learned more by then.
Yeah, because the idea that a celestial being can be detained
by evil spirits or some shit.
Right. And the fact that this celestial being and Michael are the only two that are on their side or something.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing is really weird what it's leading into.
Like, it really gets out of the historical things that are happening and the kingdoms, like talking about who conquered whom and which kingdoms are in charge. And it gets away from all of the political intrigue and it just starts going off into sci-fi land.
Yeah.
And I can't with that.
It strikes me that we're reading through this these prophecies, these visions, these dreams, and I'm using the word weird a lot. Mm-hmm. I think I need to get out of thesaurus because I'm like, the amount of times that I've said weird just even in this episode is bothering me because I hear myself saying it and I'm like, I need to come up with a new word for that because
peculiar, strange, odd,
but
bizarre.
I need like a list in front of me so I can just pick from it. Like, okay this time it's going to be that.
I think I'm going to start using bizarre because I like that one a lot.
Sure, that's a good one.
And it does describe the right, which is probably why the word weird is stuck in your head because that's the word in the general zeitgeist currently.
That's true. That is very true. That is very true.
Not totally your fault.
Right. So did you have anything else for us or that where we're kind of leaving off with this today?
I don't have anything else. I put a pin in several of your questions and then I put a to be continued on the last one. So
right.
I don't know that I really answered any questions. I still am confused about what's happening. I don't feel confident. I could not discuss this with a Christian and come away feeling like that I had held my own in a conversation because I don't feel like a Christian could hold their own, but they would think that they would.
Sure, there's a lot of things that you can just either you can make up your own meaning for, right? So anybody can have a conversation about this and mean what they mean, but it doesn't necessarily mean what it means,
right? Whereas I don't necessarily require a definitive description, but I want something to make sense, like. You don't have to tell me that was definitely Antiochus that they were talking about.
Sure.
But to say, oh, yeah, that fits. That's a puzzle piece that fits. That was probably Antiochus.
Right.
I'm okay
based
with
on
that.
XYZ information, this makes sense. Yeah. Right.
I'm also prepared for new information to come to light to say, oh, that wasn't Antiochus after all.
Definitely.
For all intents and purposes, though, sure, I agree that you're right. That's probably Antiochus.
Right. So is that
that's it?
Okay. So I would like to say this real quick here. I don't ask for this a lot lately. We've kind of got our new intro and everything's kind of like very baked in the way we do things on our podcast. But I really could use your guys' help. We could, if you are listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or anywhere that lets you rate our podcast, please go there now and give us a 5-star review. We definitely. It helps us out more than you could imagine, and we really could use some of that help right now to boost listenership, to get people more, to get ourselves seen out there a little bit more.
It juices the logarithm or algorithm.
Yeah. And then just one more note that I do want to mention here. If anybody is going to be available on September the 7th, anywhere near Kentucky, Cincinnati, because it's going to be in Covington, there is the Kentucky Free Thought Convention coming up on that day. And I think it's $45 to get in. We'll be there. Seth Andrews will be there, and there'll be some other speakers there as well. Definitely make a point to head to their website, just look up Kentucky Free Thought Convention, or head to our website and go to the events page, and we've got a link to it directly from there. And you can come there and visit us while we're sitting at our booth.
I was just going to say, if y'all do end up showing up, please stop by and let us see you.
Yes. Yeah, we definitely want to talk to you.
Yeah, that would totally fucking make our day.
It really would. That being said, I think that's all we've got for today.
Yes.
So we will be back in a little bit here. We're doing this we're catching up this today. Mm-hmm. So we're going to finish up our
Patreon.
Yeah, so it's a part 2 we're doing for the
Project 2025.
Correct. And then I will get the weekly wrap up out today, and then we'll be back on Monday
Which is tomorrow. With Daniel chapter 11.
All right. We'll see you then.
Okie dokie. Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Guess what we're finally doing?
Well, a long overdue,
the rest of our Patreon.
Yeah. So we started off with an episode about Project 2025. And we got sidetracked. Well, not sidetracked. We started with the intro into it, mm-hmm. which was about the Heritage Foundation and a lot of other things. And we never actually got to the 2025 the project of that thing.
Yeah.
So we're finishing that up.
Mm-hmm.
And if you listen to the first one, it is publicly available on our Patreon for everybody to listen to, as long as you're a free subscriber on Patreon, mm-hmm. which you can do that at patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse. Mm-hmm. But this one will be for subscribers only. So if you're a bronze member or higher, this one will be just for you. So definitely, if you are not a patron already, go do that now.
Yep.
All right. You ready to get into this?
I sure as fuck am.
All right. Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, so we're going to get into Project 2025 today.
Okay.
As you said in the intro, we got lost in the intro a little bit because there was so much that I had to research to understand what I was talking about before we even got to Project 2025.
Yeah,
so we talked about Agenda 47. Do you remember what that is?
That was Trump's version that is basically Project 2025, or similar at least.
It's his little cute manifesto.
Yeah.
And the 47 is because he'll be considered the 47th president.
Right,
yeah.
I wouldn't call it
adorable.
Cute so much as dangerous, but okay.
Yeah.
Semantics,
We also covered Schedule F. Do you remember what that is?
Schedule F is the bit where they gives them, they're going to change how many people are classified as political in government jobs so that they can put in their own operatives, essentially. Yeah,
they're changing the classification of federal civil service workers.
Yep.
Yeah, so like you said, they can fire them and replace them. Yay!
At a whim. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like you said, we talked about the Heritage Foundation.
Yep.
And their mandate for leadership, which is the book that they put out starting back in the 80s, which is their little cute plan to take over the world.
Yeah, and they've been a scary operation for decades.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, they have. And they have a sister organization, which is their active arm called Heritage Action.
Right.
That kind of is their dog that they send out to go do these things.
Yeah.
And we talked about some of the positions that line up between the Heritage Foundation and the Project 2025 and the Agenda 47, how they all kind of match up. And so we had like the anti-critical race theory, anti-Black Lives Matter, anti-climate change research, anti-LGBTQIA rights, anti-Ukraine assistance, anti-voter protection rights, I sound like I'm just boring here,
right?
And anti-democracy altogether,
right? Sounds like they should have just called the fucking document anti.
Pretty much, and that's why I tried to phrase it that way. I listed it like they weren't always written as anti this, anti that,
right?
But I made sure that I phrased it in such a way as that it specifically said they are against.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Right.
So I just wanted to kind of recap so that if any of that sounds confusing to you and you did not listen to the open episode prior to this, you really should go listen to that It's a good one.
And
It's
again,
got lots of information.
Publicly available to everybody if you're a free subscriber on our Patreon.
Yep.
Patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse.
Yeah, go give that a listen and then come back and listen to this, because today now I'm actually getting into, but what is Project 2025?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And what it is an initiative that aims to promote conservative and right-wing policies, which, we could tell that just from everything that we've heard.
Yeah.
To reshape the United States federal government and consolidate executive power should Donald Trump win the 2024 presidential election, which seemed a lot more likely a few weeks ago before Biden stepped down.
It did.
Which seems a lot less likely now that he did.
Psst. Want to hear something you won't hear anywhere else? We're unlocking a secret world over here on our Patreon, where the stories get juicier and the laughs get louder. But this door is only for those with a key. The key to our Patreon. Head to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse to unlock bonus episodes, behind-the-scene goodies, and a whole lot more. Yay! For just $2 a month, you can support the show you love and get a VIP pass to our inner circle. What are you waiting for? The party's just getting started over on Patreon.